My name is Teresa, and I thank you so much for joining me here today. And I'm going to give just a moment here for some folks to come into the live stream, and then hopefully we're going to pull some cards and have some fun. If I can clean my glasses, I guess we'll be all right. Oh, there it is. Uh-oh. I hope I didn't mess up. Oh, there we go. Okay. I get nervous every time it takes some time for somebody to come in because I'm thinking I messed around and made it private again. But yeah. All right, Andrew. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you for that. Like I said, I was too busy trying to light my incense and candles and allowed a commercial into the stream. And I know they'll copyright me for that. So I was like, you know what? We get all this good tarot session in here, and then I can't even publish it after the fact. That's kind of a waste. Well, not truly, but you know. How are you doing today, King? Doing good? Trying to see where we're going today. Here, let's try these. I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Yep. Running a little bit late, but that seems to be always the day. It seems like here's the thing. I have always been like, even though I'm quite neuro because my mom was always on that narcissistic, the world will wait on me thing. I've always had a thing about being on time. And I've set that goal for myself to be in here by 11 o'clock. But for the past 2 or 3 weeks, time has been playing the craziest game with me. I have no idea where it's all going. I really genuinely don't. I guess we caught in a weird part of the matrix or something. I don't know. But anyway, I'm gonna have to start getting up earlier or something, cause ooh. And it really ain't no excuse, cause if I was working a 9 to 5 job, no matter what time that job started, I'd make it my business to be on time. So yeah, I gotta do better. Do you have a question for the cards today? Or would you just like a general reading? Or you just here for moral support? It's up to you. Because that's what I forgot to put in the thing, that we are doing free readings today. But yeah. So those that are scrolling by, if you have a question for the cards, come on in. It would be nice if you'd subscribe to the channel. In fact, let me see. It's the 999 portal at work. It started before the 999, if I'll be perfectly honest. King Mello, you need to stop playing with my nerves. I'm not. Look, anyway, goodbye. Do your thing. Or you can stay here and be ignored. It's up to you. If you think it's witchcraft, why are you here? That part, you know? But if you're going to stick around and heckle, you're going to at least have to subscribe. How about that? The people that say that stuff have no idea what they're talking about. So, are they still on some Christian religiosity, and they have no idea that Christianity is one of the highest forms of witchcraft around? They really don't know. Start with a general. Okay, we can do that for sure, for sure. Let's get on in here and see. I would like to call in my tarot guides, Archangel Michael, Archangel Raphael. Please guide this reading with your protective light and your healing energies. Place a wall of protection around me and the viewers. I would also like to call in my tarot guides and their ancestors as appropriate, beings of white light only that are here for our highest good. Any beings that are not here of good intention and divine light may leave this session now. Thank you very much. Yeshua, I would like to ask for your direction and guidance as you preside over this reading, as well as Lord Enki, Thoth, and Archangel Metatron. Please and thank you, Ashe. Exactly. If they don't like what's happening here, all they got to do is put their little thumbsies on the little screen and scroll up, down, or whichever way they want to go. Truth and expression is here. A new perspective, seeing the truth, clear action, honesty, and communication. I made a subscriber only though, so like I say, if they want to stick around to talk trash, they're going to at least have to give me the honor of a subscribe to be able to do so. I didn't want to have to do that for, and look at here, it was 11 people scoping around when I made it anybody, and immediately when I made a subscriber only, YouTube shut them down, so I'm not even being seen, but it's all good. I don't mind. I really don't. Ooh, abundance is here. Windfall. Yay. I love that. So something about truth and expression, gift, celebration, promotion, opportunity, successful ventures. Oh Lord. Here they come, the karmic partners, some kind of a third party situation. And that doesn't necessarily mean a romantic karmic. It could be friends, family, co-workers. Something on the outside is trying to put a hitch in your giddy up. Ugh, they always, haters gonna hate. That's their job. I guess they got one job and they make sure they be on it. Fulfillment wish. It's not gonna work though. Ain't working here today. Let's see what we got. What we got. What we got. But you know what? And I guess, like I said, we get tired of hearing about the karmics and the all the irritations. But for real, there's a part of the journey that truthfully we should thank our karmics, because they're the ones that catalyze the growth in us. If they had not caused a pain point, we would never have begun to ask the questions that put us on the spiritual path that caused us to ascend. So truthfully, they do have their role, as annoying as they are. This truth and expression resonated with you? Yeah, a new perspective, seeing the truth. We're gonna pull some tarot. I bet you the Fool and the Hangman probably pop up out the deck. We'll see. Ooh, listen. You're being asked to listen to your inner voice. It's been guiding you to do something or say something, and it's time to act on that wisdom. Yep. And jump in. You're being asked to take a chance and give whatever you're questioning a try. The stars will never align in just the right way. Sometimes you have to take that leap anyway. This is that time. Hey, Amanda, welcome back. Appreciate your patience. Yeah, had to make sure we can at least publish this once we get done, because there's usually some good stuff that comes out in these sessions. Ooh, Andrew, have faith. It's not always easy to have faith and trust that everything's going to be okay. Yet still, you must do exactly that, because when you have faith, your life will begin to flow in magical ways that you never imagined were possible. Yeah. So we're going to find out a little bit more about this truth and expression. Let's see what we expressing some truth on. Wait a minute. What do... Oh, I see it. But, hold on. Is it this one? Ooh. When I split this, now this is I don't know if this is a call for you to balance your masculine and feminine energies. And a lot of men get put off by that when I say that, but truthfully, just like I look around the Western world today, and a lot of women, because of societal programming, and again, I'm not saying that it's all their fault or women are all bad, but I mean, in that whole battle of the sexes thing, I see that a lot of women, in the quest for equality and fair pay and being stuck out there in single parenthood and all those things, they become very imbalanced in a toxic masculinity in a female body. But by the same turn, there are men out there that are needing to balance their divine feminine energy. We all have masculine and feminine in us. But we all, in our spiritual journey, we have to balance it some. Sometimes men get so caught up because they've been damaged and hurt by them toxic masculines, females, to be perfectly honest, that they get to a point where they become overly masculinated, that stereotypical macho, can't let anybody in, can't receive love, can't be soft, can't, and it's basically to protect the heart is what it's for. But it says the rise of the divine feminine, is time to tune into your feminine side and think with your heart. That's in the split here, as well as things are finally looking up. The worst is behind you. So look forward to a much happier life. Hey, Brittany, welcome in, welcome in. And honestly, Andrew, that may have something to do with expressing your truth as well. Empath, you may be an empath and actually feel other people's pain. I don't know if that hits for you, but I know it hits for a lot of us in this group, because honestly, life wouldn't hurt so bad if you wasn't an empath, because half of the drama and trauma that you hurting over ain't even yours. Mm. Now, here's the thing. We got truth and expression over here, but then we have tell them nothing. You don't owe anyone any personal information. So while you are expressing a truth or your truth, you can vet it. Some folks, truthfully, you have the right to express your truth, and you do have to tell your truth as far as how the world sees you and perceives you. But those people that don't really ain't on your team and you know it, you don't owe them no kind of explanations. You really don't. Ooh, here's one for a lot of folks here. Being single, you need to feel comfortable being single before you attract the right person. All right, all right. Let's see here. I want to find out a little bit about the truth and the expression. I'm just being nosy now, so let's see what we got going on tarot wise. Get some of this out the way. You loving your singlehood, Miss Yates? I know that's right. And honestly, like I said, I want to call mine in and all the rest of that, but I'm at a point now where it could go either way, to be honest. Like I said, and I got somebody in my life on the edges. Love him like a fat kid love cake. Need him? I'd like to be able to need him, but I'm so used to not being able to count on that till I'm still. Oh, Andrew. Remember when I said don't be surprised if the fool and the hangman pop up out of here? Very first card that fell out this deck when I shuffled is the fool. I love it. You say you've been single a month now, so that speaks volumes. Wow. Okay. Yeah. And honestly, we all want love of some sort, even if it's not within a relationship. Why are my flipping glasses still cloudy? I call myself having cleaned them. I'm trying to look here, and between the glare from the window and the dirt in these glasses, I can't even see what y'all are typing. Um, we want love, but we have to learn to love ourselves. And a lot of times, the hurt that we get from all of those relationships gone, I can't even say they went wrong. No, there are no failed relationships. We get the starter packs. The relationship didn't last because it probably wasn't meant to, because from whatever we attracted that into our lives from, it was from a place where you know how they say be careful what you ask for because you just may get it. Sometimes we manifest those kinds of relationships. It looks good on the surface and we're shopping with the wrong thing. Like I said, our pickers are broken, so we're picking this stuff based on this criteria over here, ignoring all them glaring red flags behind. Or even if it's not red flags, they just aren't genuinely suited to what we really, really wanted, but we were so busy looking at that one thing that we like, the shiny, that we picked poorly, and it rolled out for a while, but then we have to let it go. And in order to heal from all that stuff, we have to get comfortable being single, allow those energies to dissipate from us, allow our energy to rise from a place and get clarity on what it is we genuinely want so we can call in a more compatible union instead of just continuing to deal with whatever shows up. Hold on a second. Let me get it so I can see. Yep. Exactly. We want it, but we're no longer desperate for it. And honestly, that's the best way to be, because that can allow for a lot greater scenarios to come to us than, look at here, Page of Swords, Awakened, and the Two of Cups with Unity. So yeah, it's still out there, but the pages are just like the announcement of it. It's early energy. Ain't no rush. They're messengers that it is available. It's on the way, but like you say, no rush at all, at all. Get over the first thing first. Page of Wands is out here too, and the Seven of Swords. So yeah, there was something that you had to extricate yourself from. It may not have even felt like you extricating, but it was a need for some kind of secrecy. Keep it under your hat. There is a need for you to speak your truth, but in the right time, in front of the right people. This communication and ideas here, it's an early stage scenario. Eventually, it will lead to more compatible partnerships, but you got to wade through the deceptions first, other people's and maybe even your own. With that Seven of Swords, just like I said, getting real clear. The Hierophant is here, yeah. There was some spiritual incompatibility there, and maybe it's because you're being called to step into Hierophant energy as well. Maybe there's some kind of an official spiritual leveling up into purpose, or a different way of seeing those things. Maybe you got to speak your spiritual truth. Maybe that's something to do with that. Not saying you're going to be a preacher in a church, because there's a lot of ministries that ain't got nothing to do with a pulpit or a church. There's like this living boots on the ground thing. Your life, your body is a temple, and your life becomes your ministry kind of thing. Six of Wands here, though, ultimately there is victory in this for you. Some kind of a reward and recognition. That is Six of Wands energy. Ooh, a bunch flipped over. I'm going to take a look at them. That would normally, ooh, and Six of Swords is on the bottom of the deck. Wow. So yeah, leaving those troubled waters behind, heading to calmer waters. We got strength here with the Three of Swords. That is survive. That's literally surviving heartbreak and doing it with finesse. The Three of Wands is here, movement towards your ideas and goals. Queen of Wands is manifesting the High Priestess and the Moon. This inner knowledge, and like I said, this is intuition, but it also refers to things being hidden. So genuinely, like what I saw at the beginning when I said I wouldn't be surprised if the Fool and the Hangman come out here. Well, the Hangman didn't come out, but in this Moon High Priestess Hierophant energy, literally the High Priestess and the Hierophant in the tarot are divine counterparts. Just like we had the King and Queen of Wands, the King and Queen of Cups. Now, oddly enough, in the tarot, the King and Queen of Swords are divorced. But in the major arcana, these two are divine counterparts. This is more of the traditional spiritual, like I say, official of, judge, ruler, official person, clergy, that kind of something to do with systems. And this is more of the softer underbelly, secret, hidden, mystical knowledge, but they work together quite well. The Fool is the beginning of the spiritual journey. So this truth that you're having to face and or speak, I believe, is within you. After facing this heartache, this breakup, I think it's really a case of coming into that scenario of, like I said, be careful what you ask for because you just may get it. And I think you're starting to see some of that next go around, you got to choose a little differently because it is important what their spiritual leanings are. I used to think it wasn't important that, because to each his own and la di da. And I'm not saying, well, when you're looking at it from a Christian perspective, they tell you that because they want you to be of the same church and all that. But considering the fact that there's 45,000 sects of Christianity and probably 4 or 5 dozen sects of Judaism and another 3 or 4 dozen sects of Islam, it's not just about which club you signed up for. Real spiritual compatibility is an inner thing that doesn't necessarily translate to just what religious system somebody has chosen to plug into. It's about what they truly believe at their core. And a lot of us that are tapped into this channel are pulling away from religious systems anyway. So you do have to, like I said, you got to fix your picker so that you're shopping with more spiritual discernment before you get into relationships with people, especially romantic ones. Let me see here. Why is the Fool here? Oh, and she came back out, this High Priestess energy. Well, wait a minute. Or is that? Yeah. This intuition came out here with the Fool. Movement, choices, and decisions is here too. This is kind of like that Two of Wands energy. Ooh. Ha, choose wisely. For sure. 7 of Cups. You got, like I said, it's about fixing your picker and taking time. And the best way to do that is in this period of being single and being comfortable with that for real. You surely need to choose differently because you've been spiritually drained in your life. Yeah, it's right here. Like I say, wouldn't want to offend stepping out in here, but for sure, it's exactly that. It's like, and again, I'm not trying to say nothing bad about the person. They may have been a lovely person on the surface. My exes, the world thinks that they're nice people, and they are basically on the surface to everybody else on the outside. They were nice, not spiritually focused at all, and not very nice to me either. Not surface wise, it didn't look bad. Like I said, they didn't beat me, but that's not criteria for why you're gonna be with somebody just because they don't beat you. Oh, that's a great person. No, 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 no. Yeah, and at the bottom of this deck, I didn't even notice here. Oh, ooh, 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 ooh. Wow. You know what they say, you got to pay attention to the rest of the stuff. When I finished with this deck and went to another one, 4 of Swords is at the top of the deck. The need for seeing it through in meditation, yes. And then the 4 of Wands. So a 4-4 message, but this is something that can lead to partnerships. And at the bottom of the deck, Queen of Swords, the need to, like I said, to cut that thing off and make a better decision, another choice. The Tower, this is divinely directed, and the Star. So you're going to be all right on the other side of it. This was for sure one of them situations where rejection is redirection. And I don't know who broke up with who, but honestly, at the end of the day, it don't matter. I'm glad that somebody saw the need for a parting of the ways here because you're being called to step into a level of spirituality, manifestation, abundance, all the rest of that. That if that person isn't aligned with you, trying to stay with the wrong person can genuinely hold you to a place that you'll be interfering with your own manifestations or the transformation the spirit is calling you to. What's here with this? Ooh, Empress. Yeah, you're gonna be it's called fertility in this deck, but this is Empress energy. You're gonna be creating. That's why that card that was talking about your feminine energy, balancing your feminine energy. That's why that card is here. The Empress is like pure feminine energy almost. She's in the tarot. The Empress is perpetually pregnant, and she's birthing the world. If you notice in the traditional tarot, she's not. Well, no, I think in the traditional she's not, but there is an Empress in the tarot in one of these decks. There's literally like that Gaia image we see pregnant with the world. The Empress is birthing new ideas, new ventures, new. She's renewal, and that is feminine energy all day. And ain't nothing wrong with that, because you think about it, a true magician, alchemist, has to embody all of those things. Look at here, new beginnings. The Fool again. This is the zero card. These new beginnings for you. After heartache and loss, Three of Swords type energy. So yeah. But ultimately, success, and it does have to do with improving. Once it, now that this is out of your way, once you improve this, prosperity begins. And that's like the Ace of Pentacles. So yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. Like you said, you ain't in no hurry. You're not in no rush. And yeah, you got this Six of Cups type energy to work your way through. In the traditional tarot, it's a very sweet looking picture. You know, the little boys handing a little girl a flower or whatever, and or the cup, and it looks all sweetness and light. But there is a little pain tied up in the Six of Cups. There's melancholy. It's about going back and doing the shadow work to heal those close relationships. But once you do that, it leads to a point of balance for you. And at the end of, whoa, that card jumped so far, I know it want to come out. It leads to recognition and reward at the end of it. This is like Three of Pentacles type energy. They look at it as apprenticeship, but this is honing one's craft to become the master. And it brings a lot of respect and stuff with it. But it is a kind of a solitary scenario at first. In the Three of Pentacles, traditionally it shows like the craftsman, and two people are there conferring with him, looking over the blueprints, but most of that work that he's doing is alone at first. And yeah, let's I want to pull, I think I want to pull some starry beginnings for you. Some this. And ultimately, I want to pull a Metatron card or two for you, because I think you need some of that bolstering up. Good googly moogly. What am I doing over here? I gotta reorganize my desk. Over time, I think I've inched my whole desk scenario forward a little bit. I'll fix it at another time, because it's getting harder for me to reach them cards in the back. I'm gonna have to pull everything back. I don't even know. I guess from leaning on it as I'm talking, I'd have inched my whole thing forward some. I completed you today. I'm glad you're here too, darling. I'm gonna get you some a Metatron card. We're gonna also look at a light worker message and see, because this, like I said, this is like the lonely period, but it's not gonna stay that way. In your healing, you're being called into some kind of, yeah, go within. Clarity popped out here. Um, you're being you're being prepared for something bigger than you could possibly know. Dimensional gateway and invitation. I knew it. I knew it. Excuse me. I don't even need these now. This is just so, like I said, I mean, yeah, we're good. Let me get over here, because I think I might pull them anyway, because I don't need to look up anything in the book. They feel good. Everything is as you created. All you create offers you lessons in life. And that's the part we have a hard time dealing with. It's like, I asked for this? Yeah, kind of, sort of. Because at the end of the day, ultimately, especially when it comes to relationships, how are you going to know what you want if you don't experience some of what you don't want? We're told, we're shoved the idea socially that the first person that you lay your hands on in life is going to be the one that goes the whole ride with you. We don't always find our roller coaster buddy right out the gate. Sometimes it takes, like you say, some honing to figure that part out. Believe in your power to manifest, breathe your creation into existence. And I think this is what this is for you to take some time, go within, get real clarity about what it is you want in your life and your relationships. Put your order into the universe for the real goddess that you want to bring in, and then learn to allow it to come. Yeah. See with your heart, the time is now to hear the messages. Yeah. Spirit is talking to you for real. Dream big, though. Dream with your heart. So don't think it ain't out there for you, because it absolutely is. But you had to get rid of the stuff that can't sit at your table before you can get what is at your table. And let love be your guide. Live life from love, guided by love. Don't let past pains cause you to be jaded, because this is just a season. As they say, this too will pass. This was something what does it Gandhi say? I bless those who brought me pain, for they are my teachers. The starter packs, that's exactly what they are. They are karmic soulmates that agreed to come here and play an uncomfortable role with us, for us. And once we learn from it and graduate, we can go on about our business. Then we're going to get a light worker card and these Metatron cards, and I think you're going, yeah, Spirit want to give you a big old hug and kind of give you some direction as to what might be coming and how you can get there. So you got to welcome every experience. Yeah, and it does. Heartache is not fun when it's happening, but again, how you going to identify the real thing if you didn't learn how to identify the imposters first? How will you and your son ascend out of your mom's house? You feel your son is torn at times, feeling the choice, feeling like he has to choose, but it's not meant for her to sit at our table. Then how will we play that out? Girl, you already know how we're gonna play that out. We're gonna talk about it though. Wow, Andrew. Let me finish up with him, and we're gonna get on it, Miss Yates. But do you not remember what I just released to the universe on your behalf last night? The thing that you burned out and what you're calling in manifestation? It's really, really big. And it's not going to be overnight, but it's on the way. Patience, grasshopper, as they say. And I get it, because trust me, that, look, my mama, and it's weird because she used to sit there and say, I'm like a, now, yeah, she used to say, I'm like a she mammy lion in a cane break. Now, what that means is there is no fiercer animal on this planet than a mama lion with cubs. You hear what I say? She will fight to the death for them babies. And anybody that mess with your babies, you coming for them just like that, like a she mammy lion. Okay? And we're gonna do other ones, Andrew. You ain't missing nothing. Just stay tuned in. We're gonna get some more stuff going on. Um, but and it's weird because, and the same thing with mine, she said that and understood that I love my children with that fierceness, and then the very thing that she would f with was me and my relationship with my child, and I needed to get out of there too. And it wasn't an instant process either, but it will happen because you're focused now. You are determined. You want to get out of this. You were sick and tired of the merry-go-round that she got you on. You understand it is starting to impact your baby. You're locked in on building this business and getting it there. It's gonna happen for you, my love. And sooner, later, whatever. If you're in a position, you're in a prime time right now. Whatever you got going on, if you got the money, you got your LLC already, right? If you get enough money to get your inventory and stuff, are we not right here on the doorway of the Christmas shopping season? If you market it right, this could be your blow up season. Get your behind on Etsy and TikTok and wherever else. Just like Brittany told me, I need to get my hips on over there to TikTok and do what I got to do to make my paper. We're gonna do this thing, and I don't, like I said, I'm going. it really bothers me because I am going to have to create a schedule, and it will mean me toning down the time I devote to YouTube in order to get out there and get paid. But since the secular job ain't coming, I don't have no choice. Yeah, yeah. I know, baby. I know you don't want a pocket watching you. I know you don't really want to have to start it in her house. But unless the windfall pops up this week, if you have the means to do it, I would encourage you to go ahead on and do it, because that's kind of what happened to me. I was waiting and waiting and waiting, and then wound up something happened, and the finances started getting jacked up, and I started pinching off. I was already on a tight budget to start with, and then life happened, and I'm having to live out of the money that I should have been starting my business with, and before you know it, I'm done, like done, stuck again. So I would highly encourage you, while you have the funds, do that. But Andrew, we have got to, because when I talked about this divine feminine energy, one of the cards that came out for you and the light workers is wisdom of the divine feminine, and then master healing. So I definitely want to take a look at those two for you. Wait a second. I feel like one more wants to come out this pile for you. Let me see. Family of light. Okay. It did. Let's get in here and see what we got going on. Oh, you know what? I'm going to start with the light worker with this wisdom of the divine feminine. Divine feminine wisdom empowers you to grow into your vision, your dreams, and the fulfillment of your life purpose. Perhaps you envision a very different life for yourself to what you are experiencing now. This wisdom reminds you that you can experience even the most extraordinary dreams as reality if you're willing to grow into what you desire to become what you seek. Surrender any plans about how you can best manifest your dreams, and instead allow life to guide and nourish you through your experiences each day. The universe supports your divine destiny and is helping you become all you're meant to be. When the wisdom of the divine feminine reaches for you, the message is clear. You're in a process of becoming more of heaven on earth. Sometimes there are growing pains alongside the joy of that such growth brings. You may feel concerned, thinking your pain is an indication that you're failing in some way. You may judge your suffering as a sign that you're not operating at a high enough frequency. Yet, how many spiritual masters upon this planet have endured great suffering as well as experiencing tremendous love and joy in the fulfillment of their divine destiny? Growing pains are just part of the feminine path of creation, of breaking through what has become too small for you. There is joy in the eventual freedom, but the act of breaking through can feel painful at times. And that really truly made me think. And I mean, I know as a male, you can't necessarily relate to this, but it's like a woman being in labor. That is the most intense pain, they say, that a person can experience without actually dying. And truthfully, sadly, too many women around the planet do actually die bringing life into the world. But once that child is born and they take that first breath and you hear that baby cry, I promise you, the pain is forgotten. It is so worth it. Every little bit of like whatever. I mean, you don't be in no hurry to want to do it again next week, but it's worth it. It's so worth it, worth it, worth it, worth it. And the same is going to be true with your spiritual up leveling. Why am I getting teary eyed over this? Good Lord. Spirit got something serious for you, bro. It really do. Yeah. That little breakup was genuinely for whatever is coming next for you. And it's gonna be amazing. Family of light is here. The limits that much of humanity place upon their love, that they will love their own family, country, religion, or community better than they love those on the outside, do not restrain your heart You are capable of loving humanity, of loving all creation on earth as an external spiritual family. You will love all at your own. You will love all as your own. You are meant to belong to a broader family of light. While some souls have incarnated to learn about us and them, others have purpose of teaching unconditional, all-embracing love. You are one of those. You have taken life to live the many, not to love the many, not just a few. For this life purpose to be anchored, issues in your biological family may keep you from bonding with them in a typical way. Perhaps you were the odd one out in your family, the one who no one really understood. Perhaps you felt loved but couldn't live the way your family seemed comfortable to live. Maybe you lost family members through divorce, disease, depression, and death, or through addiction or emotional immaturity that left you disconnected from key family members. And then it talks about, if one or other of the family members are absent, that sort of thing. Ooh, Powerball is 33 million. That means somebody hit that big 1-7. That's awesome. And he got a 33 card right here with Master Healing too. That's cool. Wow, wow. And let's look at Master Healing while we at it. I got to turn some light on in here. I can't figure out why I can't read. And I just realized there's enough daylight that I thought I didn't need the light, but I do need it on this table. So bear with me a second while I grab us some light. Yeah, that's a little better. 33, Master Healing. As you meditate, remain true to what inspires your heart and commit to your spiritual path. You become an increasingly powerful healer. You are here to live your own life, to be true to what genuinely moves you. The unconditionally loving guide and ascended Master Serapis Bey comes to you now with a blessing of Master Healing to further your success on your path. The Master Serapis Bey is a beloved guide for those who feel a strong soul connection to ancient Egypt, for healers who are developing their own modalities, and those who love to work with high frequency concepts. He also assists the translation of spiritual inspiration into practical worldly plans. He comes to confirm that the ascended masters are aware of you. You are an integral part of a powerful spiritual team that has taken physical incarnation to help awaken consciousness into love. You were asked to tune into your heart. What do you love enough to overcome any obstacle to attain it? What motivates and inspires you? Not what seems possible or practical, but what is authentic. We are most powerful when we serve authentically from the heart. A bird might learn how to dive underwater from time to time, but it is never going to be at its most powerful if it has to live underwater. It would struggle to thrive if it were to force itself into such unnatural expressions of its life energy. The bird yearns to fly because that is its divine nature and purpose. You too have divine nature and purpose, and your heart holds the clue what feels most like you. Andrew, as I'm thinking about this, as I was reading that, the thought came to me too. You may have been separated from a romantic partnership because you have to heal your heart in such a way because your heart is being called to be used for something else. Not saying that it's going to permanently be that way, but once your heart expands and learns a lot of the different aspects of love, then it will be free to love romantically in a healthier way. But your big old juicy heart spirit has got designs on it for something else at this level up first, and then like I said, the love can come in. We're gonna look at Metatron, and then we're gonna get on to Brittany. Let's see. Not Brittany, Amanda. Clarity, go within. You seek clarity now on something that's bothering you and making you feel out of balance. It may be an answer that just won't come, or an explanation or higher meaning to something happening around you. So often we think of clarity as arriving at one defined moment in time. But clarity can come in waves when we quiet our bodies and minds and allow a moment to just be. It can last for hours, days, or months. It is the still small whisperings of our soul that we often ignore or don't have time to properly hear. A state of tranquility is needed where we can stop and allow our spiritual guides to connect with us, and it helps us to hear them and feel their love for us. To help with this, Archangel Metatron asks you to breathe in an aquamarine energy to bring balance to your emotional state and realign and strengthen you. Slowly and deeply breathe in this blue ray to fill your entire body and then breathe it out. Surround yourself with this aquamarine light and feel held, supported, and lifted out of your worries, concerns, and stress. Just allow them to dissolve. Let go. Don't push for an answer or solution. It may be that much is still to be revealed or played out in a situation or relationship you inquire about. Realize you will be given what you need for now. Feel into the fresh perspective the aquamarine energy gives and allow it to aid and help you reach diamond clarity whenever you need it most. It is here waiting to serve you. And then we have Dimensional Gateway, which is another 33 card. I didn't even notice that before. Wow. We got an 11 card that came out here earlier with this empath scenario too. Master number 33 is linked to crystalline light and higher powers. Drawing this card shows that you're standing in an important place and time on your path of destiny, one that has been created by your own past positive actions, behaviors, and thoughts. You have done much good already, helped many, and supported those who needed it, and this is acknowledged now. Archangel Metatron offers you a gateway to a new way of being. He is a gatekeeper to many beings of light and ascended masters who appear when called by him. One of the names Metatron is known by is the Grand Orchestrator, and he is able to call on any energy needed by anyone at any time, and so does for you now. Step forward and reclaim your own angelic magnificence, your angel wings bestowed and your body activated by light. Then go, be, do, and serve others. Help, support, and teach those who need this energy right now in your communities, countries, and world. Metatron has called you. His angels await. You are one of his earth angels now. Step through the golden gateway of light and into your own mastery. The time is now and you are invited. When you leave this place, you do so able to carry more light and love than ever before back to your homes, communities, and the world that needs it. The gateway is in front of you. Step through it now. Well, all right, sir. I gotta pull this back a little bit because like I said, I feel myself inching forward. There we go. A little bit better. All right. All right, Miss Amanda, bear with me just a moment, please. But that is your reading if you are complete, sir. And oh, there it is. Um, kind of, sort of, but let's take a look. Let's take a look. Honestly, I don't know if Spirit gonna keep her cool. Spirit might have to keep you cool while you glow up, because for real, some of these folks, especially the older heads, are so set in their ways that even if Yeshua himself descended on a cloud and tried to tell them something, they'd still argue against it. They think they wouldn't, but they really would. They set in their ways and they ain't even trying to learn what needs to be learned or do better or do different. They just, it is what it is, kind of. We have to take that attitude. So truthfully, you may need to be just staying, like I said, keep checking in here and getting the big ups and the big hugs from Spirit to allow you to keep yourself focused on what you're bringing in and what you're looking for so that you don't lose your cool. And that's fine too, because unfortunately, because she'll be quick to tell you that's her house, you know? And unfortunately, you do need to be there for the moment. So all you can do is the best you can until Spirit sees fit to let your stuff pop off and then ease on up out her situation. Thank you. And like I say, ain't no need to be ugly and all of the grand, because we think of all the stuff we want to say in our head. But sometimes just being gracious, like what do they say? The best revenge is living well. Cause trust me, when you do that glow up, she gonna see it, and she gonna probably have a hand stuck out for something. But no, that's for you and your baby. And I'm not saying you'll never help her with nothing again, cause like you said, she gave you a place to live when you needed one. That's lovely. But you also understand that when these gifts come through from spirit, it is for you and your baby. I need to stop calling him a baby. He ain't no baby. I know he your baby, but Mr. Mark, I like Maximilian better. But yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. All right, now let's see. We gotta take a look. We're gonna get you some affirmations or some patience or something. See what we get to help you along with the issue with mommy dearest. I don't want to call. I shouldn't have said that. I'm so sorry. She may not actually be mommy dearest, but you know. Mm, okay, yeah, and they are because I can look at my babies is 30 and 34 years old, and they still babies to me too. And that's crazy because I got friends that are in their 30s that I don't see as babies, but like you say, my baby is gonna be mine forever. Let's see, get you some encouragement. Oh, I know what I want to take a peek at just to see if we can pop out some timing or something out of the zodiac deck, maybe, or maybe not. We're gonna see. I think there's timing cards in here. There's 5 timing cards. What about this other deck? Uh, I might pull from both of these just to try to see if we can get a little more timing. I don't know. Hey, Valerie, how are you, my love? Whoa. And I just dropped the box on the other side of the table. It'll be all right, though. Greetings. Oh, bear with me here while I get myself situated. Oh, okay. You call him Max? Okay. When you said, I thought when you put Mark by there that for whatever reason, because it would have made sense to me if he's Maximilian to call him Max, but I thought that meant that you were calling him Mark. And I was like, okay, well, I'll call him Mark too. But yeah, Max, I love. Yeah. You being called to separate from your entire family on your mom's side, and they constantly include you on group the text. Ugh, I hate that. But you notice how you just don't want anything. Yeah. And honestly, to keep from pissing them off right now, you may have to just silence your notifications and remain in the group chat for now. But when I tell you I have living family members left, but when I say my family, I'm talking about my children I birthed into the world. My family don't call or check on me, see if I'm alive. I got relatives right here in Atlanta. A niece, a nephew, a niece and 2 nephews. Now, one of my nephews occasionally will reach out or whatever. He took me out to dinner for my birthday a couple of birthdays ago, that sort of thing. But I've literally been in this town. I had a little break in there, but except for the couple years that I went back to Sarasota, I've been in this town since 2019. And they don't reach out. They'll text me and let me know if somebody died so I can go to the Kingdom Hall and stand in the back of the congregation if I choose to. But they don't check on me or none of that. The Empress is here though, so you manifesting, lady, attracting and attractiveness, magnetism, abundance, pleasure, happiness. Elephant came out with keep your wits about you, lucid dreams, trust, easily remove obstacles, telepathy, supportive. Ooh, the Wheel of Fortune is here at the split too. I'm not gonna take it. It'll come back out if it wants to, but I thought that was kind of cool. Third person, someone else is involved. Yeah, we know we're trying to pull some cards to find out when she's gonna get away from this third person. Like for real. Ooh. But now the lovers came here in the split, and then 50-50 things are fluid with the element of water. So we got air and water here, but a timing card, it could either be they gave a couple of different timing issues, either within the next 4 to 8 weeks, or it pops back into like during next spring, like late spring, May to whatever, going into summer, like the very end of spring going into summer. So I know you don't necessarily want it to be that long, but hey, we don't know what the Christmas holiday gonna do. We really don't know. Like I say, you got within a year. Yeah, unfortunately, the devil came out of here, and that's in this instance, the devil is good. It's about it says constant eyes on the prize, tenacious discipline, and I mean Capricorn is about commerce. So in this context, the devil coming out here isn't a bad thing, but from a timing context, and again it goes well. It could be shortening. It depends because the initial timing is within a year, but then the timing is during the winter from December 22nd to January 21st. And truthfully, right after Christmas time comes tax season. So, truthfully, if you're able to plan it right and keep your inventory up and do get your marketing right and all that, it's potentially you could ride this wave through Thanksgiving, Christmas, Valentine's Day, and on into tax season. Woman is here, you. There you go with this feminine energy. This is an answer for you. Perfect timing with clock. Let's see what this other deck has. Ooh, another person of air is here at the. Ooh, he kind of cute too. I don't know where she got the model for this from, but I'm like, whoa. Bodybuilder is here. It's talking about vigor, domination, pushing forward, leverage, mastery. You say show is like me. I'd be over here with the light seers deck crushing on the King of Wands and the Devil in that deck. They both kind of sexy. I'm like, whoa, okay. You start your new job October 6th. Oh, that's awesome. Child, I need to go out there and start looking to see if I can come up with something too. Like I said, I don't want a job forever, but just to bridge the gap to get the funds to start the thing to other than that, now what Brittany has said, I do believe while I'm searching for the jobs, I do need to peel back from. I am working from the heart, and I genuinely do not mind. So please don't think I don't, because I do, and it's been good for me to hone my craft and all the rest of that. But like she was saying, if I were on a different platform doing this, I'd be getting paid. And so, truthfully, like it's probably time for me to start really working on that because genuinely if I hit that the right way I might not have to worry about getting a job for real because she was saying they really they bite it over there. We got knight here, confident, heroic, a messenger, determined, brave, champion of a cause. That be you. That be you. Checkered flag, outcome, achievement, culmination. Now, this talks about a conclusion for the checkered flag, but that's also, I mean, that's a successful completion to a race, and this is a 9 card. Ooh, balloons are here. High vibe, relief, fun, rising. I'm still trying to see about this timing thing, Spirit. What we got? What we got? Come on. Ooh, Pearl is here opening up with wisdom, developing character. These are way different Lenormand cards than we would normally get. That's one of the reasons I kind of like to use it. Mother load. Jackpot. Look, broken vase came out here with hardship, misfortune, trials overcome, crisis, and then it talks about fixing it with an opportunity, pressure, and all of that. But along with that card came motherload, prosperity, jackpot, success, good fortune, sudden wealth, the real deal. Yeah, let's get some other stuff about this whole mama thing. That, like I said, we honestly, I think anytime within a year is a reasonable expectation for launching a business. And with the online thing, like I said, if you could do it properly and like get on TikTok shop or whatever it is that you're going to do, it could go viral. So it's truthfully, it, there's no real way to pinpoint exactly when that's going to pop, but I really feel like it is going to pop for you. You said you're doing like spiritual tools and supplements and things like that, right? Kind of the same thing that I was being led to do. Hey, Tommy Gunn, how are you? Peace, love, and light to you too. You are okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Honestly, I don't see how that with the proper marketing. The main thing is building the site, having the inventory, and getting it out there. That's where I fell short because I just didn't have the money to get it started. But where we're at right now and the way people are being spiritually focused, I don't see how you could not succeed with that with the proper marketing and the inventory. Oh yeah, you good. And I am too. Opportunity knocks popped out here for you, Amanda. Go for it. New beginnings, begin your new life. It's coming. Ooh, I love this particular phoenix. Look at this one. Look like a phoenix and a dragon. Well, I guess a phoenix in a way would be a dragon. It's a bird, but ultimately, considering the way it rebirths, it really could. It's a fire bird, which could kind of sort of be looked at as a dragon. Yoni bar, soaps and washes, hair growth oil that actually works, candles, yeah, all so Yoni Sony use quality high products. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no shortage of places in the marketplace. When you told me that, and I know some people get so proprietary, and I'm like, well, that's what I want to do. And you know what I'm saying? It's 8 billion people on this planet, and through places like YouTube and TikTok and all of that, you can literally market to almost half of those people. There's no shortage of places, or there's a great need for those types of things. Like you said, it just, and honestly, what else is the high priestess going to do other than market products that are near and dear to her and her craft and things like that? Look at here, Battle of the Blues, take steps toward positive change. Yeah, we're trying to get some info about Mama, and that popped on out. Archangel Gabriel is here though to help you though, messenger of creativity and hope. And you know what? I don't know why. Well, I think in Christianity they teach sensuality. You talked about the yoni washes, but hey, that's because a lot of women, especially women facing fertility issues and stuff, they need to become more aware of that. Those are the lost arts that we genuinely women, young, especially young women, have lost. I grew up in an age where we literally saw commercials for douches all over TV all the time. It really wasn't until I got older, because I was a virgin until I was 22, when I started going to the gynecologist, and it was a male gynecologist that finally told me, you need to stop using that stuff. It is not good for you. A healthy for JJ don't need all of that. This is what you need to do over here. But I had nobody to tell me because my mother had told me. I This is a real story, and it's sad to say, but it's true. I have a former girlfriend that I was tight with up in Virginia. She used to bathe in bleach water every day. Bleach. She was taught to do that by her people. And she was so anal and whatever about a healthy yoni, smelling like a healthy yoni, that she would even be very critical of other people and all the rest of that. But guess what? Always wanted to have a baby, could never have a baby. Finally had so much trouble with fibroids over the years that she had to have a hysterectomy, I think at like 39 or 40. Never had the ability to have a child. And I kept trying to tell her natural things to do, but she kept following on the wisdom of her whatever. I guess because her mama and aunties and grandparents got away with that. She thought that was cool, but she was literally dipping her private parts in bleach water every day and wonder why it took her womb. That part. So these younger generation need somebody that has that stuff to bring the older wisdom back. I got a Sacred Woman and Heal Thyself right here on the thing. And eventually when I am, like I said, I do, there's several things that I want to do, but part of that is like bringing people back to things for their natural health. Yeah, they don't talk to you. They really don't. Yep, exactly. My mother embarrassed the heck out of me when I got my cycle. She brought me, well, I was young when I got my cycle, so it didn't happen right away. But eventually, when we got older in the teenage years, she brought me into the room with my oldest sister, who is genuinely, she's not my biological sister. She was a foster sister, but that's neither here nor there. She was old enough that her child was 3 years older than me, okay? Brought me in the room and made me lay down and so she could show her how to examine her daughter to see if her hymen was intact while she examined me to see if my hymen was intact. Taught me to be ashamed. That is not a cool thing to do. It's bad enough when a doctor got to do it, but you gonna come in here and take it upon yourself. Exactly. Wow. I was deeply traumatized by that. And that's the extent of the talking they got to do. Oh, I appreciate you, Valerie. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But that's the kind of environment they didn't tell us about none of that stuff. She always told me I had to tell her when my period came on so she could mark a calendar. Little did I know that she was doing that just to make sure I wasn't pregnant. Ain't teaching no trust, no responsibility, ain't telling me why it's important to mark that, none of that stuff. Didn't teach me how to do breast exams, none of that. Nothing. They didn't talk about that at all. But yeah. What's going on with Mama Spirit? We got to get some word up here for Miss Amanda in this situation with her mother. What's going on? Can we get some info with her situation? Ooh. You're ascending the mountain. Keep going forward. So Spirit is acknowledging that it's a bit of a struggle. It's a climb, but you are protected by angels. Yeah. You are stepping into power as well. You are strong beyond measure. Journey by moonlight, believe in magic. Honestly, when I said that stepping into power and then we go to journey by moonlight, and I realize it's not easy. And in this particular soul tribe, we are genuinely kind of all at a point where life kind of kicked us down, kicked us in the teeth, so to speak. But we're getting to our feet together. And as one rises and we cheer them on and try to support them, then another one's gonna rise. Together we're gonna all link arm in arm and form a for real tight knit soul family. I genuinely see, again, I asked for it, so I ain't surprised, but I genuinely see this soul family doing some incredible things around the planet with whatever it is that's on their heart to do. Because it ain't about everybody just jumping in and doing one person's idea. No, no, no. It's about everybody supporting each other with that energy, being each other's cheerleaders, and whatever it is that spirit put on your heart is what it's going to be. Yeah, claim it and manifest it daily. Ashe. What we got here? Yeah, your grounding though. It does talk about stay on your grounding. Distant thunder. We trying to clear the air, spirit. That's the whole point. We're trying to figure this thing out. Grace and gratitude. Through gratitude, joy expands. And honestly, that might be the lesson of Mama. That might be her point in bringing you the lesson. Because and genuinely, now this is the challenge. She gonna try you. She gonna try your last nerve, and she's used to being saucy out her mouth and all the rest of that because that's the way they behave. The grace that you show in surviving her taunts is actually going to educate you. She may have, like I say, she raised you from a child, but you gonna turn around and raise her into another being. Now she may never outwardly acknowledge the lessons, and she surely ain't gonna like it, but she'll have to respect you. She'll have to respect you. And truthfully, you'll both be better for by the time you leave and she sees you rise and get up despite all the difficulties she tried to lay in your path. She ain't gonna have no choice but to respect it. There's nothing to worry about, though. You're safe, and this situation is under perfect control of divine providence and universal order. Only infuse loving thoughts and emotions into the situation to ensure that the highest possible outcome flows effortlessly to and through you. Child, I don't doubt it. Just like, excuse me, just like Brittany and I got a super lot in common. I'm sure that you and I do too. And again, I've been there with them kind of folks. That's don't really want to call them narcissists, but they got some real strong narcissistic tendencies. Let's just put it that way. And they believe in hitting somebody in their pocket to control them. They want to control the narrative by effing with your money. Ooh, this talks about rewarding yourself or life purpose. The purpose of your life is to serve in a way that brings great joy to yourself and others. Don't worry about finding your purpose. Instead, focus upon serving a purpose, and then your purpose will serve you. That's exactly what Ethereal Insights is going to do. Exactly. Excuse me. Somebody don't want me talking about this. My throat done got all jacked up again, but I'm not trying to hear that. It's time to go. The sun sets and rises each day, and it's the same with the avenues in your life. See the beauty within each sunset in your life and know that the sun will also rise again tomorrow. Endings are merely the start of a new beginning, and we are with you through each phase and cycle. Yeah. It's the end game has begun. Like I said, it may take a little bit for it to really, really play itself all the way out, but hey, it is what it is. Like I said, unless we get run over by some of them big numbers, like Brittany said, it is 33 billion this week. But unless or until that happens, just keep doing what you're doing because the end game has begun, baby. It talks about appreciation and consciousness here. Today, I pay attention to every thought and feeling that I manifest. My outer world reflects my inner consciousness. I pour the light of my awareness on my most constructive thoughts so they will grow and produce the experiences I want. Mindful of what I create in this universe, I become an expression of divine light and appreciation. I am grateful for the abundance in my life as I direct my thoughts toward all that is wonderful in my world. My troubles and worries lighten. With a full heart, I appreciate all that I have. Today, I accept what is as it is and choose to be satisfied. I express my loving thanks to the universe for the wealth that is mine. Ashe. because you know it's on the way. It is conscripted and contracted and all the rest of that. It's just taking some time for it to cook up and make it to you. But yes, indeed, it's on the way. It's done. It's a done deal. One step at a time, I see the mountain ahead and dedicate myself to taking one small step at a time. I make progress by staying focused on the present moment, the current task. Thus, I regain my ease of living. We got goodness here. I overcome my imperfections, polish my character, and feed on the positive. Thus, I free myself, allow my goodness to manifest and become a source of joy. Though through gentleness, I offer unconditional support, understanding, and love to myself and others. Divine light, I am an expression of love and I shine like the sun. My inner light is my strength and my treasure. My intuition guides me to discover the wonder and goodness of who I am. And wisdom, God has a plan for me. I live here now, knowing beauty is to come. I don't force things to happen faster than the universe has decided for me. I learn from my experiences, take small steps in faith, and succeed thanks to all my efforts. Yeah, ashe, ashe, ashe. I can't do nothing else with that. Yeah, we done over here. We are done because I can't do nothing else with that. Spirit got this all under control. So, yeah. Patience, grasshopper. All right, all right. Miss Valerie, you still in the room with us? Was there anyone else that needed cards pulled today? Need a message, a word, a hug from Spirit? You here? Awesome. Let me get. What was your question for today, my dear? Or we just pulling, getting a general message for you? What you got going on? A general message? Sure. All right. Let's see. We'll start over here. Strategy and planning came here. Your actions have taken you to a new phase in your spiritual evolution. Now is the time to plan and strategize for the highest possible outcome. Whoa. Take the high road. You're at an impasse with a relationship or a situation. It's now time to think bigger, release desired outcomes, and take the most positive course of action. That kind of feels right back into that strategy and planning. What do they say? When your head is in the lion's mouth, you don't wiggle your butt. But you still got to figure out how to get. Whoa, Valerie, Valerie. Like I say, now I know for sure you got something going on you got to get rid of, baby. You're detached. You're being asked to detach from something that you've been holding on to. When we hold on too tightly to the desired outcome, it restricts the flow. Trust that the outcome will work out and let go of your attachment to it. So, strategy and planning is required to extricate yourself gracefully and graciously from whatever this is or whoever this is. But it is time to go. Like for sure, for sure. Spirit is saying, yeah, you're not seeing the entire picture of a person or situation. It may be purposefully withheld from you, or you may be choosing to look the other way or betray yourself in some way. It's time to gain clarity. There's some kind of deception here. But it does say that a new supportive relationship is on the horizon, some kind of a caring connection. It might be a kindred spirit or possibly even romance. It could be someone new or the deepening of an existing relationship. Open your heart to this new connection. Excuse me. Mm. Dang, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cough in the mic. I forgot I had it on this side. My bad. Honestly, you so high on the 3 card selection during the blood moon, but you just basking in the high from that reading. It was magical. You selected card 2. Yes. Okay, so you're manifesting love. Yep. I wasn't even planning for that to be a love reading, but see what I mean about folks, because that genuinely, that reading, I wasn't intending to draw for love, but when I tell you it could have been a personal reading as well, I needed that spiritual hug also, because it's been so long coming till I'm beginning to doubt my own situation too. But I got to go back and watch it too, because Spirit is saying, cut that crap out, cut it out. Let me see what else is going on here. Let's see. Let's see what the goddesses got for you. Yeah. And genuinely, that deception thing that we just saw, that could be, like I said, it could be literally strategy and planning as to how you're going to get yourself prepared to receive that incoming partnership. The detaching from something could be detaching from that sense of unworthiness or lack mentality. It ain't happening for me. It ain't happening for me. Yeah, it is happening for you. It's just taking some time. And the deception, genuinely, the card even said it could be that you're deceiving yourself. We're so used to, if we don't see immediate results, we start believing, we start listening to the negative chatter that the magpies have introduced in the past. So we start focusing more on that and literally push stuff away from us. But there is a caring connection on its way to you. It's harvest time. Ebon Nimba is here. I love that. Don't she look like she's just having an amazing? I love the colors on this card, all of it. But yeah, harvest is here. Ooh, desire is here. Yeah. And honestly, if you wanted love and you're manifesting that partnership, I mean, desire can take on a lot of things, but about, look at here with the tri-moon, the 3 moon sisters, it's about manifesting your heart's desire, which may involve some physical desire too, but yeah. Shine. Yeah, just keep being your beautiful self. It's coming. It for sure is coming. Speak up is here. Ooh, Tonnet is here with pleasure. This is one of my favorite cards in this deck because I'm such a purple girl, you know. There's a lot of purple in this deck anyway, but yeah. Your season is we got harvest, desire, shine, and pleasure. I'd say something is on its way. Something that you're gonna like a lot. I want to pull some holy woman for you since and let me see what's going on. We're gonna pull a few lovey loves here because I want to see too. You said you married to your twin. Oh, wonderful. Then hey, maybe y'all getting ready to get a little spice up for real. That honestly, because there it does talk about on that caring connection. It talks about a deepening of an existing relationship. So y'all might be getting y'all a little booster shot there. Hey, I ain't mad at you though. That's a beautiful thing too. Can always get hotter. No matter how hot it is, until you spontaneously combust, it can always get hotter. And truthfully, it may be in some area of, it may genuinely be something about a leveling up in y'all's spirituality for moving into some kind of a divine mission together. Um, Twins that are in union together and harmonious. Again, not trying to get TMI or in y'all's business, but you might want to explore Tantra or Kareza, because there's a lot of manifesting power to be had in that, and it's spicy and fun. But yeah, it will take you, both of y'all spirituality, in a whole different direction, or and further, not in a different direction, further you along your trajectory. I'm excited about starting a family with you, creating new traditions. Like, so you started a family already, but it may be about bringing in something new that y'all have wanted to do for a while, or may not have understood that you could do. But yeah, it looked like something serious is on the way. Intuition, trust your intuition, for it knows the way to me. When you listen closely, love's whispers become clear. It's something y'all are being guided to do. Maybe just personally, but honestly, I think it's something that's going to play out larger, in a larger way in the collective. Genuinely, even just boosting whatever. When you're sharpening your relationship, like when you sharpen your relationship, anytime you raise your vibration, your surroundings are affected. So when y'all rekindle or expound on whatever it is that you got going on or where you're headed, it will be an energy boost. It'll be like an energy boost, genuinely, to your area around you, your family, your neighborhood, your city, all of that. There's a deep connection between your hearts. Let your love flow, and everything is going to be easier. That's awesome. Stop feeding energy into bullshit. Don't feed energy into behaviors that don't align with your beliefs and desires. Ooh. And if there's somebody in y'all's experience, especially since you're happy in your relationship, be very careful of the flying monkeys. Sometimes people will try to put stuff in your head just because they don't know no better. Their lives are miserable, and they'll try to bring nonsense up. You've been wanting to explore Tantra? Yeah, do that. I'm going to tell you now, I don't know. There's a lot of different, yeah. He doesn't know what to do. He knows that he wants you and only you. Yeah. Um I'm sure there's a lot of good books out there. Once upon a time when I was on issue, I found a PDF version of an expansive volume on Tantra that a guy had done after years of studying, and it was free. It was like open license, but I've lost track of that book. I don't even know if it's still on the stack. But there is a book called Jewel in the Lotus by Sunyata Saraswati. And you just have to kind of sound it out, because when you first type in Google a search, you might come up with different um, Jewel in the Lotuses, but it is Sunyata Saraswati. I hope that book is still in print. I need to get another copy of it before it goes out of print, because he has transitioned at this point. But it's a very easy beginning. It gives you like the individual breath work you can do and explains the purpose of the Maithuna rite and stuff like that. It gives you exercises that you can do individually and together. And Mantak Chia is also, he doesn't teach tantra per se, but he does a lot with the breath work and the upward draw and things like that. His work is phenomenal, in that area, it'll bring a lot of even just doing the breath work will change things dramatically. But I love Sunyata because he was actually, um, I think he was half black, half Indian, but he was raised in the U.S. But a guru was visiting his parents or his mother when he was a child and understood his spiritual potential and took him into India, and he was able to study under a guru for years and years, and he wrote that book. And I'm just like, yeah, it to me, of the information that I've read on tantra, that book was the easiest to understand. And it wasn't, like I said, you can get expansive 400-500 page books, but I love Jewel and the Lotus. I would highly encourage you to get that book, and you and your husband kind of look at that. You say you're on the same page spiritually, plan on doing something great together. Yeah, yeah. And I think tantra will be the gateway to it. One of these days, when I get this weight off my butt and get what I got to get done and get in union with mine, like fully in union with mine, I understand that at some point down the line, I believe we're being called to do like Kundalini Reiki activations with couples. And I eventually see myself doing couples retreats and teaching tantra. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think we're done with this one. That Oh, you know what? Just for giggles, we're gonna go out here. This is where we're going. And the twin flame deck, I want to pull some too for you. You'll pull this one first. Yeah. If nothing else, you'll have a lot of fun. And there's information here on YouTube about it too. You can check out some videos and things from them. Some of them will tell you, give you exercises to do, like getting in yab yum and working on your breath work together, like that, as far as a couple. There was one that talks about doing the 5 Tibetans. Like, I mean, the 5 Tibetans are solo work, but there is a way to bring like a couple element into it. If I can find the video, I got to go back and look. I see so much stuff over the years till I be forgetting where I saw it. But if I find the video, I'll inbox it to you. Ooh, Transformation is here. Battle of Head versus the Heart, and Master Alchemist, the Violet Flame activation. For sure, y'all gonna want. But y'all can't hold that Violet Flame energy and not kind of go off into that avenue a little bit. Ooh, Divine Masculine is here. Yo, King. Yes, indeedy. King energy, 7-7. Increase your frequency, higher consciousness awareness. That's a 3-3 card. And another 7-7 here, rebirth, personal freedom unleashed. I really think that y'all are going to find some real expansion within Tantra. I think it's going to bring you a transformation and rebirth. It's going to, not saying there's anything wrong with your relationship. Like you said, you got a wonderful husband, thank goodness. You're happy and all that, but it's going to take it to another level. You said y'all have the same vision. Yeah. There's a reason you here. There's a reason. Because initially, when I was telling y'all about the Neos centers, that's its separate thing. But eventually, from the heart, like my dude is like a real fitness buff, into the gyms and all that stuff. And eventually, he wants to have his own gym and spa, whatever. And we probably will have a section for women doing their Pilates or whatever, and the gym wear and the smoothie hut and all the rest of that. But I want to ultimately have like a retreat center with a spa attached, so that the locals can still come for spa treatment and all that stuff, but to do like a retreat scenario that will be marketed globally with an angelic healing center attached to it as well. I don't know how Raphael showed me that one day. I don't know how it's going to all play out. That's why I say I know I got to manifest a whole bunch of money, because the stuff that I be seeing is like, but I'm not worried about where, when, or where, or any of that. I understand the spirit gave me the vision, they can also give me the means to help it happen. Yeah, beyond illusion. changing your perception, and High Priestess here, personal empowerment. When you tap into the unified field, it doesn't surprise me that y'all have the same vision and that now we're finding each other. When it's getting closer to time for those things to start coming into fruition, soul family will find each other. I forgot to take this ponytail out. I'm like, no wonder that thing I was looking crazy to me. And my head feeling tight. Um, okay, King came out here and Queen is right behind it with this 1010 reunion. Yeah, it's happening. Well, you're already married, so the marriage card is it. Yeah, that didn't even signify. And you desire to work with other couples, I bet you do, because you, like I said, we here. And that was my thing too. I don't. And honestly, I mean, I don't know how you feel about it because the vision that I was shown, I wanted it in an international location, but I know it has to be in an international location that is LGBT friendly. Now the rest of them alphabets, the TI plus plus and all the rest of them, they can stay over where they at because that the further, the more letters they tack on the alphabet, the more off into mental illness they start straying. But I'm talking about, I understand that in this life, we some lifetimes we come through as male, some lifetimes we come through as female, some lifetimes we come through as straight, sometimes lifetimes we come through as gay. I'm cool with that. I want an environment where we can. Exactly. And here's the thing. My two of my daughters are lesbians. I got plenty of friends that are gay. So it's not like I'm phobic, but none of the people that I have ever met or talked to in the LGBT community, none of them understand or want nothing to do with the TIXA plus all of that stuff. That's nonsense to them too. Even the LGBT community has an issue with that. So I don't feel a need to cater to that in the services that I offer, but I do want to have a safe and accepting environment for gay couples or lesbian couples to come in, even if we had to do retreats separate, like one, like I said, most of the time it's hetero couples, but maybe 1 week out of every month or 1 week out of every couple of months is focusing on gay couples or focusing strictly on lesbian couples, not that to be separatists, but so that they could learn in an environment that they're comfortable in without judgment, that sort of thing. Yeah, all of that other stuff, that trans, exactly, trans is people that are wanting to play act. And that is a mental health issue. And I'm sorry if I get in trouble for saying that, and you know one of the reasons you know that that's a mental health issue, because if you put a trans man in a woman's prison, women start winding up pregnant. So he don't really feel like he's a woman trapped in a man's body. He's a man trapped in wanting to cross dress. That's what he is. Sorry. Ooh, physical connection, the sacred union of bodies, two becoming one. Trying to tell you. Signs and clues. The universe is talking to you. The fact that we even having this conversation, because that's not, I have not shared that aspect of my vision with anybody else other than, well, my girlfriend that before she's separated from me, but I mean in a public forum, I haven't gone into that much detail. I just started talking about what I saw as far as the angel investing and all the rest of that, but ultimately where I end out with the angelic healing and all that, no, I hadn't talked about that to nobody before. He said you were hoping you get a place where you didn't need to use terms like gay or straight, where people just be who they want when they want. Yeah. And honestly, I mean, I genuinely feel that way, but and it will eventually, I get, but they probably won't, because like, think about it. Even from a marketing perspective, if I wanted to have a retreat that was primarily so that male couples could feel comfortable, I gotta call it something. If I don't label it some kind of way, then any and everybody would show up and then they would feel squeezed out and uncomfortable. So it would be nice if we get to that point. But even if you think about in I can't remember what country it is that they have five genders, but even they have to identify somehow. It's not a judgment thing because truthfully, their their other genders are considered kind of sacred, especially the fifth gender, because they had basically it's like hetero female, hetero male, gay female, gay male, and then the fifth gender is kind of that hermaphrodite phase. And in their culture, they are considered sacred. So it's not a point of gender identity for the purpose of clowning the people. It's just to identify them. Oh yeah, it would be lovely because honestly, I've always felt that at the end of the day, sexual proclivity is a personal choice, and unless I'm planning on having some proclivity with you individually, in my opinion, somebody's preferences ain't nobody's business. I'm old school like that, that it should be kind of private, but that's not the world we live in. And like you say, Brittany, it'll be nice if we can get back to that world. That people don't really start questioning and all that. Like I said, let go of the past is here, not from Valerie's standpoint, but what we're talking about. But yeah, ooh, Forever Young, a song of youthful playfulness. And honestly, Valerie, I kind of feel like stepping more into that tantric energy, along with what we're doing with the other manifestation and the health techniques and the things that we're doing, is genuinely going to keep you young much longer than if you don't do it. And it may really. I mean, we're in this phase of this energy healing and all that. I don't want to sound too what they call Pollyanna or whatever. I'm just talking about what's been shown to me. I would not be surprised if in this lifetime, because we're beginning to see people that are beginning to look younger and younger in some aspects. Now, yes, if I get tired and I'm not taking care of myself, or I'm eating a lot of sugar and getting all whatever, I get these tired tears and all that stuff. But when I'm really on my game and doing my supplements and my meditations the way I'm supposed to, I genuinely look younger now than I did 15 years ago. Because 15 years ago, I was dealing with a toxic clown that had me in a jacked up place. You know what I mean? And I honestly believe that the more we can stay on our spiritual path, this forever young is going to come into serious play for you. You said I'm your tarot reader for sure. All right, all right, all right. Yeah. And you said you agree with Brittany. Oh yeah, yeah. That would be lovely, honestly. I don't like the world that we live in where, and I'm glad to see that people have even gotten away from the color thing. Years ago, a boy that wore a pink shirt would be clown. That's just stupid. It's a color. You know what I mean? We don't have to keep our little girls in pink and our little boys in blue. I get why they kind of sort of did it, but you know, well, yeah, I mean, and some of it's genetics because my mother and my grandmother did look younger than their years for most of their lives. Yeah, until sickness kind of took over, and even then, my grandmother, her skin was remarkably clear, even though she started getting ill. Considering she was 97, there was not a whole lot of her face wasn't like all caved in and super wrinkled. There was some there, but not yeah. So part of it is the blessing of the melanated skin. But if you don't take care of this melanated skin, trust me, it start failing you too. Because I was slacking off and looking crazy for a minute. Yeah, but again, I had to stop buying into the toxins and stuff. I started going more natural. Even in like the skincare and stuff, I started using like the snail mucin and the vitamin C serums and stuff, not using so many of the mass produced commercial products. Started using castor oil and coconut oil and things like that to sleep in and being more mindful. I still ain't figured out how to grow my eyebrows back, but that's a maybe one of these days I'll get some eyebrows. But I do understand that better self care and not buying into some of the things that they tell us, because they'll sell us anything. They selling us stuff right now that they know is going to shorten our lifespans, take our hair out, and most of the commercial shampoos out there genuinely have agents in it that will thin and take our hair out. Most of them. So the more we get back to nature and some of those things, and again, um, Amanda, that's one of the things that we were talking about, doing more natural products, natural skincare, natural hair care products that are centered towards helping women take care of their reproductive health and all of those sorts of things. Those are the things that we're being called into place to do. And we're getting ideas from spirit to do that. So as we continue to lift each other up and do that, we'll just continue spread it out there and out there and out there, and we benefit from it, and other people benefit from it too. That's the vision. That's the plan. And I absolutely love the. I ain't even want to say the sisterhood, because we got some amazing brothers in this group too, and they came right on in. I know they're out there, but again, a little bit fewer and further between. Most of the time when guys start hanging around a group of women, they come in with an agenda, and I haven't seen that at all in this group. These are genuinely sincere brothers that are on their path for a real reason, not just to heckle and talk trash. And I'm loving that. I'm absolutely loving that. But yeah, Miss Valerie, is this are you complete, my dear, or do we need to go a little further? Because it's like I say, you got the plan, you've got the assignments, and it ain't even a matter of should you choose to accept it. You've accepted it. There's just a time factor there. We're all kind of morphing and ascending and growing, but it's happening for you and your boo thing. Now, are you and your husband similarly spiritually aligned, or is he still ascending? And I ain't trying to be funny, but like I said, I do understand that from a spiritual aspect, most of the time the female initially is more spiritually aligned than the male, and she catalyzes alignment and growth in him. So is he fully awakened, or is he still coming along? Yeah, I do love the man here. Hey, Major Arcana, welcome, welcome. You say you truly feel called to it? Yeah. Girl, I got so many, like I said, if I'm just waiting on the windfall, because for real, now to be comfortable to where I don't need to look for a job, I probably need a cushion of about 20 to 30K, just because I've got some bills and things that are pressing that I need to take care of. And truthfully, about 50K before I'd be comfortable talking about leaving the country and taking this, on the road to do what I got to do. But I also know that that could change literally overnight, so I'm not stressing it. But I had a little notebook where it started out with me writing down different types of candles that I wanted to make and the stones that I wanted to include in them. And then I wanted to make corresponding bracelets to go along with those. And then I wanted to make like a smudging or a space clearings packet with the smudging, the shell and the sage and all of that, but also the rose of Jericho with and like actually bloom out the Jericho and take a stone and do like the healing, the clearing of the stone, and set Reiki intention with it, so that I'm actually sending Reiki infused products out into the world. And then that turned into making my skincare soap that I do. And then I thought about doing a toning lotion. I mean, it's like I said, the ideas just kept growing and growing and growing based on the things that I already do for myself anyway, you know? And I'm thinking I could share that with the world, because there's a lot of people that are sick and tired of buying those commercial products that would love to have that. And if they have, to know that they can, I mean, maybe not come right up in my face, but if they're tuned into the channel and kind of get to know who I am and feel my energy and feel good about it, and know that I'm sincere and I'm actually infusing Reiki healing into those products. Heck yeah! If they'll buy it from Procter and Gamble, they'll buy it from me too. If they'll buy it from Procter and Gamble, they'll buy it from you, Amanda. Exactly, Brittany. And we all are. That's the thing. There's so many amazing ideas even in our small little group. And as you think about it, the more we grow and expand and grow and expand, like I said, I honestly don't think it's going to take but one or two of us to get, like, seriously get to our feet and get this party rocking. And it's going to start popping off like a chain of firecrackers, genuinely, like either helping each other, or again, the manifestations are just going to start to, all like popcorn in the group is going to pop off exactly like that. And it's crazy because at one point I was thinking about, how much time I feel like I've wasted because I'm older and all the rest of that. But if we're on that forever young type thing and spirit is allowing us to level up, I'm just getting going good. I don't know why in the world I'm sitting here feeling talking about I'm too old. No, I ain't. You know what I mean? I just get, like I said, get the health together, and it genuinely doesn't matter. And especially if spirit allows lifespans to start lengthening on this go round as we on the fly, I would not be surprised if some of the folks that are alive today, right now, today, live to be 150, 200 years old. I honestly think it's going to happen. Exactly. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And I feel exactly the same way, Brittany. We've talked about that. I now it's weird. When I first started playing the money game and talking about winning the lottery and things like that, like I said, my list was long. And then the more I started healing, my list got real short. But as I'm calling in and set the intention for calling in soul family, the list is growing again, because I understood it wasn't about me feeding them vultures that was busy feeding off me a lifetime, but the soul family that I'm coming in, that's actually, I'm asking spirit to bring in for me, that's actually coming in. I got a monitoring spirit sitting over here now that need to go on somewhere. It's a moth that's in here in the house, and I don't even know. Anyway, go on about your business now. But yeah, you can't. I'd have been like that trying to type something three, four, five times and can't get it right. But I know what you was talking about. Yeah, exactly. Helping people to make money, and then they turn around and help people to make money. And truthfully, it's as easy as when you give somebody teach people and give them an expectation of what it looks like to be compassionate and sharing and do all of those type things, then why wouldn't they? And especially, I mean, if you're giving them, if you're creating a foundation to do angel investing, just like the sharks take a 10% uh stake in the company just to get their money back, you can write a contract to put whatever you want in it. So if you take a 10% stake and reinvest it into helping more people, whose business is it but ours? Yeah, definitely keep that forever young in mind. But Valerie, that was your card that popped out, so you keep it in mind too. You may not need it as much as I do, but the time gonna come. And again, that's speaking with the innate. Chiron, I think Chiron was on to something. Cryon, not Chiron. Cryon was on to something when he was talking about learning to talk to the innate. Yeah. Yeah, and they don't have to, it don't even have to be a business. Maybe they start a 501c3 to go out and feed the homeless or help inner city children, or bring, like I said, dig more wells in Africa, bring more solar to somewhere around the world, go help folks in Haiti, whatever they chose to do. As long as they're doing something positive in the world, it's all good. You said you get the money, you'll let me write the plan for it. Spirit sent that. Oh yeah, I feel you. And honestly, I can't do it by myself. It's gonna take a team of lawyers and stuff, because I don't ever understand about the international aspect and all of that. But like you said, with the right amount of money, we really wouldn't have to. It's about it's about selecting the initial board of directors or manager partners, whatever it is that you want to call it, that would be honest and being willing to pay them a decent salary so that they can fully devote themselves to it. Like decent. I ain't talking about everybody got to be making no $4 million a year, because that ain't decent to me. I'm saying that they're not feeling the crunch of having to work a second job, that they can be focused on this and put their attention to this. And yeah, it could work, because look at the broken stuff they got out there in the world. It really ain't working, but people still getting stinky rich off of it. So if we actually did something the right way, with proper intention, working with our angels and guides and playing fair, making sure that everybody, like I said, when we sit down to the table, everybody eat type thing. The world don't know what that looked like, because it's been so long since anybody tried that. But why shouldn't we be the ones to do it? We can play fair. They play dirty pool. We can play straight. That's all. Yeah, now that's true. As far as like the tax advisors and the legal team and all the rest of that, because I hate paperwork with a passion. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. I'm an idea factory all day, all of the nuts and bolts. Now I will learn enough about it, either that or my kids will, to be able to keep to watch the money, to make sure that the outside people that we doing ain't doing the wrong thing. Them days of people just absconding off to Switzerland with all your money, we're not having that. But yeah, I don't believe that we're supposed to be doing the hard work anymore. 'Cause there's plenty of people that need good jobs, and as long as they're being compensated appropriately, that's part of the machine too. They ain't gonna work for us forever, because eventually they're gonna want to put their desires out there. They'll be working with us at that point and not for us, as they decide to start their own whatever it is. But you have plenty of time to find some new stuff. Yeah. And I love the fact that, like I said, I'm sitting here now with three people, four at least, that's about it, that feel that way. There's literally, we all just waiting for the deposit to hit the bank, so to speak. We understand, kind of, sort of, even though we don't know the fullest picture of how to keep that many plates spinning on that level with that amount of money, because we may not have personally handled that level of money, but because we've got pure intentions and pure hearts and minds and willing to cooperate with each other, we know we can figure it out. Like you say, we can figure it out, or hire the appropriate people that can help us figure it out, to make sure that all of the governments involved stay satisfied, the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, and all of that, so that we can just be about the business of spreading love and real help on the planet. I'm so sick and tired of seeing these commercials on TV that's showing pitiful looking people somewhere in all of these situations. But then people have been, I'm not saying that some of those organizations don't start out meaning well, but when they allow corporate greed in their space, or allow governments in their space, somehow they wind up getting very corrupted. Like I said, years ago, when I read that about the CEO of, I think it was either United Way or the Salvation Army, one of them two, that the CEO got like a $3 million Christmas bonus. I was so done with that. I'm like, why in the world would they even? You know how much help you can give somebody with. So if he's getting a $3 million Christmas bonus, can you imagine what his salary is? And for what? Don't make no sense. Oh, right, exactly. Prime example, Brittany. Rock and Oprah sitting up there crying, crying the pole mouth, telling folks to donate while they sitting on billions and hundreds of millions. And didn't none of their property get messed up in them fires. That was a land grab, and everybody knows it, because everybody that was really had some money and all the rest of that stuff, that was trying to expand that stuff, they had private firefighting companies out there soaking their perimeters and protecting their lands, while they burnt all of them poor folks out of their lands. Horrifying. Yeah, we ain't doing none of that. We ain't supporting none of that. And even when it comes to a point, I do want to, unless we do the lottery route, I had thought about doing campaigns or putting ourselves out there in ways so that perhaps some celebrity or patrons would, wealthier people would get behind us. But that kind of money, like I said, I don't particularly want Oprah's money. I don't, because it don't feel clean to me. Like somebody was talking about Mr. Beast, and he done made these billions of dollars and all of that. But somebody was also saying he's very much tied up in some kind of a satanic, like warlock type energy. And if that's true, he can keep his money over there too. I don't need it. I really, really, I'm waiting for the ascended masters to point the right people in our direction so that we can feel good about where the money is coming from and what we're going to do with it. Somebody that's not going to bring that invasive, nasty energy to our projects. It needs to stay clean and pure. And they can call it naive, they can call it whatever they want to call it. But like you said, Spirit gave me that vision, and I know what it's supposed to stay looking like, and it ain't supposed to have that kind of energy nowhere near it. That's the main reason I didn't want to try to apply for government grants to start it. I probably could get some grants to start something, and it might grow, but there's too much governmental nitpicking involved in doing it when you get grant money. You got to account for every nickel, and you can only do within the parameters of what they told you to do for a very specific project and all the rest of that stuff. And I'm like, you know what? It would probably be better for me to just build this through crowdfunding than it would be through a government grant. Yeah. Yeah, it for sure was a land grab. And honestly, they kind of sort of, I think that the destruction of California is kind of sort of the same thing. You say you would take that? Well, that's true. If they offer it, I guess we could. That's true. You're right. But yeah, but I'm saying I don't want the governmental regulation just because they nitpick on how it can be, who you can help with it, and I don't want that in there. But you're absolutely correct. Even if Oprah did decide she wanted, now I don't, she ain't gonna be sitting there grandstanding and putting her nasty whatever in it to try to make it be something else. But if she wanted to give the money, her or Tyler, I would probably, yeah, you're right, I'd take it. We pray over it and do, because like I said, at this point it's just ones and zeros and a computer screen anyway. There's very few, little tangible money changing hands. So you're right. Yeah, I get it. Oh yeah, girl, I don't stay up on the news. When I saw all that flooding, and I'm like, yeah, there's no way that wasn't, like I said, we ain't seen that level of nothing. That was for sure done intentionally. And how, I don't know how these people could sleep at night. But then again, I don't know how the people that pulled off 9/11 could sleep at night, but they do just fine. And I ain't talking about the people that they claimed pulled off 9/11. I'm talking about the ones who actually did. You know. It is, yeah. We're gonna we get. I was I'm gonna move over to some calmer topics before I wind up making the wrong folks mad. You say you live in North Carolina, the other side of the state, but yeah, it is. That was sad. That was very sad. Major Arcana, am I pulling some cards for you today, dear? You can pull for and Brittany, I can pull for you too if you want me to. It's up to you. I don't know why I keep shuffling this deck, just for something to do, I suppose. Okay, you want to listen while we clean stuff, and I can pull something general for you. Okay. Let's see what we got here, shall we? Put some of this stuff out the way. I got decks and decks out here. So let me. Is this? Yeah, I want this one. Let's see. Let's see. You said you were cleaning stuff. At the bottom of this deck that I pulled out to look, it says autumn timing card, starting over, soul growth, clearing, and new intentions. So you're clearing some stuff around the house or whatnot in the autumn time. I thought that was interesting. Let's see what we got. Oh, fit pull for the vision. Oh, okay. Yeah. Demons stay gone. Ooh, self worth. High vibration is here for you, Major Arcana, healing unworthiness and emphasis on your values. There's some kind of a resistance and defensiveness here, wounded warrior type energy. Ooh. But stability and flow is here, trying to balance, juggling a little bit, some kind of a stressful choice. Ooh, fulfillment of wishes is here though, so definitely don't give up. Definitely not. It's something that's had you, maybe that's a past situation in the past that closed off guardedness. And honestly, you may have needed to. We're saying demons be gone. You had sound like you had your fair share of them folks too. But there's an end coming to it. Pluto just came out here with letting go. That's the death card. Transformation and power. Yeah. Let's see. And I will in just a few minutes. Brittany, I had already started pulling for Major, so I'm gonna see what's over here. Yeah, that round and round energy. Yeah. When they said demons be gone or demons stay gone, yeah, I'm feeling it with that round and round energy. Milk and honey is here though, so but all that glitters is not gold. So there has been something, and I mean that's true for pretty much all of us. There's some stuff out there, especially if we're on this path of transformation, this death rebirth cycle. There's some stuff out there that has taken us through our paces, quite honestly, and doesn't really feel good. But at the end of the day, we got to remember who we are, and it ain't going to feel good. Like I said, it's literally like going into a gym. You got to tear down a muscle before you can build it up. You got 4 kids, it's hard to keep up, but when you do sleep, it's better quality when you're accomplishing more. Okay. Let's see about that. Let me see. Mm, The divine is sending you love and support. Better days are coming, Major. Do know that. Forgiveness. Extend love and forgiveness to everyone. To err is human, to forgive divine. Now, do keep in mind, I always have to put it, and maybe that's me speak from my hurt, injured place. I don't know, but I got to say it. Forgiveness does not mean necessarily raking that mess back into your bosom. A lot of times we can forgive these people and release them with grace. Love them from way across town. That part. But we do have pure water here, so definitely drink filtered rainwater or spring water from a good source if possible. Something about your water quality or the need to drink more water. Your numbers are here. Your angels could be whispering numbers in your ear. They are special messages. And aging well, we went back to this with this forever young type energy. Aging is not a disease. We should be able to grow old and be healthy. Yes. Let's see. You've been seeing 333 and 999. Let me tell you something. Now we're gonna have to get into more of the spiritual things. You've been seeing 333. That is definitely you're being called into spiritual service. That's a message from your ascended masters, whomever they may be. We're gonna pull from the divine masters and see what kind of messages they might have for you. Discovery is here. New ideas, people, or opportunities may be coming your way. While there's still work to do to reach your goal, you may discover new strengths and passions along the way. Yup. Protect is here. You're being asked to protect yourself and your energy. It's okay to want to give to others, which you do effortlessly. It's important, though, that you set healthy boundaries with your energy before doing so. Now is the time to get some protection in place. And especially if you're being called on this Christic path with the ascended masters that come with haters. Please understand, if you don't believe me, as nice as I am, won't hurt a fly, don't mess with nobody, come into the evening live stream and see what them fools do over there. They just miserable and they ain't got nothing better to do. This come with haters. This gig comes with haters. So put some protection in place for yourself. You said there was a black cat you've never seen before in your backyard? Yeah. Don't be afraid of it though. People say black cats are bad luck. I say just the opposite. Open up. You're being asked to open your heart to another, let down your walls, and trust that they want what's best for you. Your life will open up in wonderful ways once you decide to open up. This may or may not be romantic. This could be just allowing space for someone that may be, dare we say, heaven sent to help you accomplish something or just in your life for a reason or a season. Whatever it is that you've been struggling with is about to be resolved. Remember that resolutions don't always happen in the way we hope or want, but being able to move forward and start fresh it always brings relief. Just like I just talked about the fact that the black cat may not be a bad omen, it may actually be a good omen. I think spirit is telling you to open up because somebody or something is going to present itself to you and you're going to second guess it at first and you're going to think that it's not what you think it is, but it is. Here at the bottom of the deck, it says, listen. You're being asked to listen to your inner voice. It's been guiding you to do something or say something. It's time to act on its wisdom. So you may not know what this is at first, but just like you noticed the cat, you're paying attention, which is a good thing. And maybe that's why that cat showed up, just to tell you to keep paying attention. I saw that moth that was over here hanging out and literally landed on the chair and was sitting here directly across from me. Usually they'll flit around, especially they get trapped off in a house. It stayed here and literally walked across the back of the chair to the other side and sat there, then went back to the other side. It hung out on the back of that chair a good 10 or 15 minutes. It done flew off wherever it is now. Oh, it's still in the room. I see it. But that's why I said that's a monitoring spirit. That's behaving in a very not like you would expect it to behave way. But it can also be the universe trying to make sure that you're paying attention. Miracles are here. You being asked to pay extra close attention to all the big and small miracles that have already occurred in your life, and also to those that are currently occurring and still to come. Miracles surround you. Be on the lookout for them. Now, since you got all of that kind of stuff going on here, I want to take a little looky-loo. Yeah, I definitely want to look at the Chosen One's deck to see about what's going on there. I want to look at these. And then I want to take a look at these over here. Oh, my little music thing is acting up again. And a Metatron. Yeah, they are, Valerie. I was going to tell that cats are very spiritual anyway. They pick up negative energies, and if they do come to protect sometimes, people talk about, do not worry and underestimate it are here. Oh, you watching? Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. You on your way out, Valerie? Well, then have a beautiful rest of your afternoon, my dear. For sure, for sure. I love black cats too. Like I said, they get a bad rap. Cats, period. You know, with black cats, they always show pictures of witches with black cats. But think about it. Most of the women that were accused of being witches got a bad rap too. It was because they were on a different spiritual level than people could understand in a time when religion was basically trying to paint everybody else in a box. Now, when things was going well and people needed medicine and healing and all the rest of that stuff, then oh, that weird cat lady that lived at the edge of the village, she was Ace Boon Coon. They loved her, but the moment the crops fail or a drought come or something like that, then they accuse her of being a witch, or some jealous hater accuse her of being a witch, and then they want to go and burn her house down and run her out. But cats stay around because, like I said, quote unquote witches kept them around because they are such wonderful spiritual radars. And it's also a good tell for your energy as a quote unquote witch. Because if your cat is not really, really feeling you, you'll know that maybe you need to tend to your energy a little bit. Oh, it may just be a stray feral. Like you say, you may just have to put some food out for it and let it do its thing or come to you when it feels like it. They do. They lie about what's good to us for keep us from power. It basically, what's good they paint is bad, and what's bad they paint is good. Look at that whole Yahweh thing. Do not worry came out again. It was in the split, and I put it back in the deck. Ooh, at the bottom, you were born to be a legend. Divine protection and intervention. Third eye is awakening, and highly ranked in the spiritual world. Ancient divine blood is here, and a wake up call. So there is some kind of a transformation we're all kind of going through, because like Meek Mill say, it's levels to this shit. Underestimated came out again here too. Um, so it ain't even about whether you were awake or not. I think pretty much if we in this group, all of us had some kind of a level of awakening towards us, but at the end of the day, it's something else getting ready to happen. Another transformation, if you will. Yeah. So you started making chunky peanut butter muffins with extra peanut chunks for the crows. They left you a gift. Oh, oh, you got friends. Then crows don't never forget. You left them a gift and they left you one. That is awesome. I love that. That's one of the things I mean, I'm grateful for my living arrangement, but because I live in a condo, I can't feed the squirrels and birds anymore. And we got chipmunks here, but yeah, if they actually saw that, that would be a big no-no here in this community. And I miss that because I used to keep a bird feeder out, and the squirrels, they do their thing too. But I enjoyed sitting there watching them. But yeah, I can't feed them here. But let's see here. Ooh, we got Owl and Phoenix here. There are spiritual messages and great wisdom to be found during this period of transition. And be prepared to be renewed after a period of crisis. So the Phoenix is right here with the Owl. Wow. Judgment. Soul searching will bring inner peace to many areas of your life. And like I say, I always see judgment as something positive, because it ain't like judgment day for your enemies. It's your judgment period that you're genuinely passing through. Unicorn, success, hope, freedom, healing, and magic are all available to you if you just believe. There we go. You relying on magic because you ain't got luck. I know that's right. Ain't nothing wrong with that though, because that can truthfully, what do they say? Luck is from the devil. That's what they used to say in religion anyway. But I would not uh be worried about not having, because like I said, we don't need luck when we got angelic direction and protection. We really don't need luck, because luck is there's a connotation of randomness to luck, and it's not luck. It is actually tuning into, like I said, magic comes from above, from spirit, and that is us tapping into that ability and knowing we can call it in, and that it will respond to us. We got initiation by fire here on the spiritual tip. Let's see what we got. Initiation by fire is a life changing spiritual cleansing. Your life will never be the same again. Allow the power of divine fire to clear and purify you inside and out. This is not a time to hold on to anything, no matter how much you once believed you needed it. In letting go, you will gain so much more than you ever imagined. Opening to fresh blessings and new life, you are, like the phoenix, ready to emerge from the holy flames, reborn. You have the spirit of the phoenix in you, and it came, oh, and Phoenix did come out over here too. The owls are spiritual, but Phoenix came out on this other card right here. Yeah. You're able to rise again and again, even if at times all seems lost. You are guided to remember this as you are now being spiritually cleansed through initiation by fire. During such times, you will feel that you're being asked to let go of relationships, situations, even sometimes even jobs, attitudes, and belief systems that you have relied upon until this point. You might have unintentionally placed more faith in that person, place, belief system, or identity than you placed in the divine. You might have held on to them rather than allowing the divine to guide you. This can happen easily on the earth plane. Sometimes these attachments become confining rather than supportive. In such cases, you will need to free yourself to continue your life journey. During the initiation by fire, all such attachments are burned away. A new life is a blessing, but that doesn't mean it's easily won. Sometimes the process can be challenging to the mind, even whilst the heart trusts what is taking place. Whatever has been your stronghold in life, such as family, a marriage, job security, a talent, or something that you have used to define yourself, your sense of self, will be there when the fire burns brightest. Those areas will be transformed. Letting go and allowing that to happen to the very parts of your life that you're most protective of can require deep faith. You have to remember that love is real so that you can hold on to your courage whilst you let go and allow the divine to have its way. Remember that the power of fire is destructive only in part. It also stimulates rapid new growth. Healing will arise in whatever area is being transformed. It is not only an ending, but also a beginning. This experience of initiation by fire is the divine making its presence felt in your life. It will be one of the most freeing and empowering experiences you'll have whilst in the physical body. It may ask you to confront fears and insecurities as you learn to trust the divine unconditionally. Know that the universe will always provide for you and always in the way that's best for you, even if you don't understand why it needs to happen the way it does at the time. Keep your eye on the inner transformations that are occurring rather than fearing the outer changes. The universe loves you and holds you in high regard. Remember this and trust. Initiation is an advanced spiritual lesson. You are being honored by what is happening in your life now. You are strong enough to get through it and thrive into new life like a radiant phoenix triumphantly emerging from the sacred fire. Wow, 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 wow. And then we have 31 chemical alchemical mutation. Your spiritual growth is changing your mind, body, and soul. It is very real. It is helping you fulfill all aspects of your divine destiny. It is awakening spiritual talents and attracting in new energies. This process will bring tremendous joy and satisfaction. The body changes as light enters. Alchemy is catalyzed and transformation happens. Sometimes the appearance of the body changes. There will be change in how the body feels, responds, acts, and creates. Radiance increases. Lightness of being increases. If you have clairvoyant vision, you will see the increase in light as though the person is actually lit up from within, because they are. The spirit becomes a living reality in the body, and the person can channel healing energy just as naturally as they would set the dinner table. The spirit becomes a living reality in the body. A minute. Spiritual abilities, have become grounded in the body, and the person can channel healing energy just as naturally as they would set the dinner table. The spirit becomes a living reality in the body, and the material headaches and other aches and pains like flu symptoms, inexplicable and nearly overwhelming fatigue that lasts for days and then suddenly vanishes along with a surge of new energy. We may also experience pinging in the ears, increased sensitivity to light or sound, hormonal imbalance and hot flushes, excessive sexual energy, mental obsessions or mood swings, aggression, and unintentionally harsh reactions to people. If you've been experiencing any of the above and wondered if these or other unusual symptoms could be a direct result of increased spiritual energy affecting the body, then the answer is that this is very likely. You're encouraged to source whatever professional health support you need to take care of your body. Also, consider using the following simple practices to ease away the side effects of divine alchemy taking place. And it includes getting regular rest, additional sleep, allowing time for physical exercise. Um, says take some time away from meditation, spiritual studies, or discussions and energy work. Instead, simply be in nature or rest. If you work with colors, then take a break for a short time, only working with very soft, subdued white colors, white or colorless light. If you have a tendency to push yourself with spiritual work, learning to take time off on regular occasions will help you recover more quickly and suffer less. Finally, working with cooling energy, not cold but refreshing, as a way to discharge excess heat can be extremely beneficial to body and mind. You can do this by sitting in the shade or in a room that feels cool and relaxing, or even by cooling your hands before an air conditioner or fan, and then using your fingertips to transfer cool and healing energy by lightly touching your chest, back of neck, and back of your head, ears, and forehead. You said, yeah. Okay, cool. I'm glad this is resonating. Our last one is, or the last one of these cards is Divine Grace, the Law of Efficiency, which is card 32. It is time your life become easier, or your life became easier. It is time for you to walk the way of divine grace with trust, simplicity, and acceptance. You do not have to try to make things happen. You can gracefully act without attachment and trust that all will be as it is meant to be. Surrender your struggles now as you allow life to serve you with love and kindness. This is the most efficient use of your energy and will lead to the best results. The law of efficiency encourages us to work smarter rather than always working harder. It is like learning to allow a wave to carry you to shore rather than swimming the entire way with your own efforts alone or even against the current, which would make the journey even harder. It is like planting a seed at the right time so nature will help it bloom in the spring rather than planting it during the dead of winter when it takes a lot of effort to keep it alive, and even then it may not survive. This is the intelligence of the law of efficiency and divine grace at work. To hitch your wagon to the universe in this way, you need to learn to listen. This means tuning in to what feels right or wrong at any given time. Sometimes you'll want to push forward, yet your intuitive knowing will guide you to rest. Sometimes you'll want to hide from a challenge, and yet you know in your bones it's time to step up and shine with boldness despite the fear you may feel. Yeah. I don't mind being cool. I'm more of a warm weather person, but like I say, in the warmth, I do appreciate being cool. Sometimes I even like if I get really hot, I'll take ice and wrap it in a damp towel and like put it on the back of the neck or here, and yeah, I enjoy that cooling sensation. Oh, last but not least, we're gonna see what Archangel Metatron got for you today, Arcana. I ain't gonna say cold weather makes me happy, Brittany, because I do reach a point during the wintertime that it'll be like I can't stand this one more day. I got to get to some warmth because I'm truly a sun child for real. So I don't know how in the world people live in places with heavy snow, like in the Dakotas and Montana and all that out there. Ain't no way. My son felt the same way when he got out of basic and they sent him to Montana. No, they sent him to South Dakota. And yeah, that was a very hard year for him, very hard. But I mean, then he wound up in Germany and South Korea and all that, so he had to get used to the weather anyway. Ooh, ooh, okay. This ain't bad. Let's see. We got family here with circles of life, endings with you are held, and orange connection and attunement. So we're gonna check them out and see what Metatron got to say over her. I think this is a rebirth thing here happening. Drawing this card is about an ending for you now. You know that you've reached the end of a road when you have nothing left to give, no more energy to fight, no desire for a turnaround in present day fortunes, just the need for a clean break from the past or whatever no longer serves you. What you face with the ending now presenting in your life is a path to freedom, yet it feels daunting, an uncharted territory which you have no understanding, about which you have no understanding. It feels safer to stay with what you know, the jetty out to sea on this card offering an interesting vista, but you would like to turn around and go back rather than jump into the new. Metatron asks you to look again to see whether this ending is your choice or whether it has been thrust upon you, as there is no real way back home or no real way back anymore. The energy has shifted and moved on, so must you. It may have to do with any area of life, relationships, job, residence, health, life stage. We face many endings in life. The lesson is knowing how to adapt to change and yield when necessary. It may take a little time, but you know the answer, and that is to begin again, the only option in life when something ends. For now, you're not supposed to have all the answers. You are asked to put your hand in Metatron's and recognize that this ending is a blessing in disguise. It may not feel like it now, but you will grow from it and learn from it, and ultimately it will make you stronger. Put aside your doubts and fears. It's understandable that they feel real to you now, but they are only an illusion, keeping you imprisoned where you are with no compass to steer you forward. Walk the bridge, and you do so with Metatron at your side, the sunset in the evening sky telling you that day is closing and evening beckons. It is time. There will be a new day, and after the darkness, the sun will come back up again. This is an eternal divine promise to you. Enter the waters of change and take a life float. All the support of the angelic realm will keep you buoyant and flowing to where you next need to be. Endings are necessary, otherwise, life cannot bring in the new. Nature understands this, the sun and moon knowing when to rise and fall, and you know that for now an ending is needed, but the new beginning will follow. Be like the birds in the sky who know when the season is changed and migration to a different place is needed. This is the way of all, and you are urged to look at what is ending in your life now and fly free to the next opportunity or life stage that is offered. All is well. OMG. Hold on, y'all. I'm hoping they hurry up and go away. The yard folks just showed up and they're like right outside the window. Let me know if it's too loud for y'all to hear over. We may have to end here, but I didn't want to end this session because I do want to pull for our mission. I may wind up doing that as an upload later or closing out this live and coming back in after the grounds crew has left. I'm not sure. Um, because yeah, we've been in this one 2.5 hours. Let me see. I'm gonna finish these cards for Arcana regardless. But let me know if that gets to be too loud for y'all. Family is here. Take a moment to think about those who love and support you in life. You are the product of not just those who birth and nurture you, but those who you spend time with, whom you regard as family. The core of this family should always be strong and able to change and adapt to every movement and flow within it. Think about spending time with those who have cared for you, the mother who nursed you, the father who watched you grow, the brother who played with you and fought by your side. Within this family, there will be issues, problems, and challenges, as well as times of great joy and celebration. Welcome them all as part of life's rich tapestry. Share the times of happiness and be there for times of heartbreak. If healing is required in your family, allow Archangel Metatron's energy to hold all safe, all solid for the highest outcome of all. Consider whom you're being invited to send healing thoughts or give your physical presence to right now. Maybe an elderly friend or relative whose time is short, or maybe a newborn baby whose hours have only just begun, or maybe the growing children under your watch who change and mature in the blink of an eye. Enjoy each moment of their childhood before it's too late. When Metatron calls you in truth, he calls all your family line because Metatron's light reaches out to where it's needed, starting with you and flowing to where it is sent. Circles of light embracing past, present, and future, generation after generation, life after life. And then we have orange. Connection and attunement. Pulling this card is asking you to listen to Metatron's voice speaking directly to you here. Can you feel my joy? Can you feel my majesty? And can you feel me all around you in the simplest and most complex things? I am Archangel Metatron. I am not a stranger to any of you. I have been around each of you since the moment of your birth and will be with you in this life until your moment of passing to whence you came. And yes, I am with you in the void between lifetimes as well. I am light. I am color. I am universal power, wisdom, I am universal power, love, wisdom, and illumination. You ask, how can you reach me? There is no mystery, no complexity. It is about reaching up while you're fully grounded and present, and I will be there. This is like Warrior One, right? Or is it? No, I think that's Warrior One, that pose. But yeah, or anyway. Um, At times when you can't feel me, connect via my stream of orange flame light and ask. It flows down on anyone who asks for it and attunes and connects you to me. I am already within you, and the orange light reminds you of that. It is a part of you and nourishes at all levels of your physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual bodies. Orange is a vibrant light made up of red tones, fire, passion, raw energy, action, and life force. Yet it also contains the yellows and golds of joy, fun, sunshine, alchemy, and wisdom. Orange is the color of enlightenment and the ascension journey. To be surrounded by its vibration smooths your path, ignites your spiritual power, and illuminates your light. Hold your arms up to receive my light. Let it flow down your hands and arms, harnessing your healing abilities and gifts. Let it flow into your throat so you speak with a spiritual voice of strength and truth, and allow the orange light to stream through you, a limitless supply. You don't need to cocoon yourself with my orange light. It is, like me, a dynamic, active energy that wants to move, create, heal, and produce results. It is always there as I am, reminding you of your true self that can and already has moved mountains and can do so again. Absolutely. All right, Arcana, that is your reading, my dear. I hope that brings you joy, comfort, and confirmation. And I'm going to clear the way. It looks like we might have had a little bit of respite from them. I think we may have enough. Oh, Lord, they're coming back. They always do, it seems like. But we're going to pull on this energy of what we're calling in and manifesting as far as the vision that we've all been shown. Oh, bear with me. Oh, the cape. This thing went out. Let me see if I can find something else to listen to. The last time it did that, it wasn't the entire cable itself. It was. Hold on. Let me get down here. Trying to see something here. There we go. Hopefully that'll work. Yeah, it was just stuck. Did that work for you? Awesome. You is that crying? I can't have see. I hope those are good tears, Major, because I don't see nothing to cry about here. Yeah, some things are breaking down, but you already knew that. But at least it gives you a reason to understand why that stuff is happening. It's breaking down to build you up to something so much better. You called to greatness, my dear. You are called to greatness. I like the spin cycle is going now. We got all kind of crazy outside noises happening here. So if you're picking up on that bump, 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 yeah, that's a spin cycle. My roommate is going out of town tonight, so he washing his clothes before he go. Let me get this over here. Oh, happy tears? Okay, awesome. Yeah. Long as they happy tears, we good. I'm about to say, because if they sad tears, we're gonna pull some more cards till we get to the happy tears. What is it? Tom Hanks said, "There is no crying in baseball." No, I cry all the time at the tarot table. I am a watering pot, because when spirit be delivering it and bringing it, like, yeah, I am a show enough watering pot, so I completely understand. And now, trying to figure out the decks that I'm gonna look at, because Brittany wanted me to pull some information on the vision that we've been talking about and the things that we're calling in with our manifestations. Not so much the individual stuff, but kind of the group vision that we were talking about the angel investing and all of that. I think this can go over here. I do want to pull some of these and see. I want that and starry beginnings. I think I'm gonna pull some tarot on this too, just to see maybe. Yeah, we'll probably pull some of those. Get these out of the way. Bear with me, y'all. I'm trying to get them organized. I'm gonna pull some more decks up here, but I gotta get some of this stuff out the way first. And I don't think I need. Where did I put those? Oh, yeah, that don't need to be there. I forgot. I said I was gonna pull from the Divine Masters. Ooh, y'all. Now I'll call myself pulling a card for Major on this one because I had forgotten to pull from the Divine Masters. But I am also beginning to. I was lining up decks to pull on our stuff, and the first card that popped out of the Divine Masters deck was Lakshmi and Ganesh with his prosperity vibration. So I'm taking it to you are attracting health, wealth, and happiness. Please know and understand that. Claim it. Mother Mary was at the bottom of the deck, but we're gonna see. I'm gonna just take what actually comes. That was Ishtar, but I'm only taking what actually comes out of this deck. Paul the Venetian, gifted one, revealing hidden talents, opportunities to shine. Kuan Yin, enlightened action. Choose compassion, move forward with grace. And ain't that exactly what we were talking about? Compassionate capitalism, angel investing. What in the world? Mother Mary keeps popping out at me, so I'm taking her too. Miraculous encounter, divine experiences. Do not be afraid of being powerful, along with thought, divine magic. The teacher awakens, the student becomes the master. And Shiva. Ooh. Only one we ain't seen here is Yeshua. If he underneath there, no, Melchizedek is here with divine knowledge. We got Shiva here with karmic release. The end of a cycle, debts are paid. Choose your destiny. Yeah. You said that you knew that energy was gonna come out, something seriously shifted, and you know it's time now. Yeah. Sacred connection is here with Metatron and Sandalphon. So for sure. Dwell cool divine mission. Honestly, when I first asked for the ascended masters to come forward, like I said, Yeshua, Thoth, and Saint Germain came forward, and almost immediately Saint Germain handed me off to Master Dwell Cool for that initiation class that I basically did. It was like a group initiation, a study group. It was a 4-month program of daily like writing assignments and deep meditation and all of that. A solo journey. We were in a group, but we were not allowed or requested not to communicate with each other until the end of the group exercise. But it was 4 or 16 weeks basically of, I think it was, wait a minute, was it 4 months or maybe 4 weeks? I don't think it was it wasn't 16 weeks, it was 4 weeks, but it was still, it was like daily exercises of like massive, like 3 or 4 pages of notebook writing to copy the lectures and then reflect on them and meditate on them and all that. But that was under Dwal Cool. So he's here. I just gotta see if Yeshua gonna come out of here. He popped out twice though in the Reiki deck last night. Baba G came out, same thing. That was one of Yeshua's teachers, spiritual awakening, interconnectedness, understanding. So yeah, we definitely got many masters that are willing, or it is lining up on this, and I'm loving that because truthfully, what we're doing, no matter how small it starts out, it's going to end up being a global project, including many people. And to be able to find that many cooperative, like minded components, that's going to require spirit. You say you can't wait till we do something like that? Yeah. Look, all we waiting on is the funding. When the initial funding drop, it's on and popping because it's gonna grow from there. Like I said, it's hard to get up here now and do a straight crowdfunding for something that they've never seen or built or understand, to ask people to give us millions of dollars based on what they've never seen. But believe you and me, the first set of money that pops off and they start seeing what we're doing, look at like Isaiah Garza and those channels like that. They literally, their networks have grown so big that if they show a person in need, they can go and ask their supporters to donate to them, and they can quite literally raise $50,000 to $100,000 in a matter of a couple of days to help out a person in need. That's power. And with spirit behind what we're doing, we'll be able to do that same thing. I believe that it is going to require an initial amount of money. Garza, I think, started because some celebrity saw his dad's story and he gave his dad like a work truck and $100,000, and he started started helping people out of that, and then used that money to help people, but by putting it on social media, got monetized on social media, and started the crowdfunding campaigns, and it just continued to grow and grow and grow so that they can, and people love seeing those types of videos, at the end of the day, most people on this planet do love humanity and want to help people in need. Most people. Them trolls that just show up because they're just genuinely miserable people, they're few and far between. Most people want to help, and they'll help however they can. And if they know that they're donating to a solid cause that is genuinely out there helping people and not just providing, houses in the Hamptons for some fat cats, they'll donate to it. I love them too. Like I said, I got several of them that I subscribe to because it feels good seeing them be able to help people like that, getting people off the street and helping them, because a lot of times, especially folks that have gotten to the point that their lives fell apart so bad till they actually became literally homeless. Now, I know a lot of folks are couch surfing or at the mercy of relatives and friends, so we're technically homeless. I am too. But when you've gotten to a point that life is falling apart so bad that you're literally homeless, that's very hard to come back from. The government don't make it easy. People judge them and it don't make it easy. Then they get the noise in their own, the chatter in their own head doesn't make it easy. Those people genuinely need some help, and God help them if they got involved in some kind of substance abuse. In the world forever, because people assume, and I think that is so horrible. They still, into this day and time, even though we've seen those stories, there's so many people out there that assume that all homeless people are drunks and drug addicts, and that's simply not true. Very often they get introduced to that lifestyle as a way to cope after they done got out on the street. Drugs didn't put them on the street. Drugs are probably what kept them warm so they didn't freeze to death in the middle of the night. When they couldn't afford a hotel room, but they could afford a $4 bottle of liquor, that's probably the thing that kept them from freezing in the middle of the night. They shouldn't be judging those people. They should be trying to help them. Because my grandma used to say, but for the grace of God, there go I. You know? Yeah, they're sad, they're in pain, they're dejected. Yeah, that all of that stuff. Look at here. What came out for us? Empowering friendships. I select my relationships carefully. I invest in them fully. I am the average of the people I spend my time with. I'm getting full, y'all, already. Spirit is not playing here. Candle of hope. I am hopeful every day. I make a choice to be positive no matter what happens around me. I guard the flame of faith within. At the moment when all feels lost, I face a dead end. Hope lights a new way. And then we have soul art here. I am a vibrant creator. I express my unique gifts openly with confidence. Every choice I make is an action of creation inspired by my curious spirit. My life is an art piece filled with the energy of my creativity. Yeah, me too. Like I say, I ain't trying to be all wishy washy, but you look, ooey gooey, whatever. We pulling about what we're asking for, and it's like spirit is showing up big time with these cards. Let me see if there's anything else that want to come up out of here. What's this? The sacredness of mystery. I am at peace with uncertainty. I trust the benevolence of God and the abundance of the universe. I embrace the sacredness of mystery. I have the knowledge I need today, and that is enough. Like I said, we don't have to know how it's coming. We just know that it is coming. Let me see. Ooh, at the top of this deck, I thought I pulled the top that was second from the top with the internal garden, but the one that was actually at the top, community of humanity. I am loved and appreciated by the people in my life. I give the love I want to receive. In faith, I send my love out, knowing that in time I will receive it back. I'm loving that. Absolutely adoring that. Now, let's see. We wanted to know. I'll pull some angel answers here. Then I'm going to pull some tarot. Hey, Jesus. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. See, it's amazing. And yeah, look. Of course, we got to get more information, but abundance is here. More information and abundance. Trust is at the bottom of this deck. Let me see what else is here. Let go. I'd rather say let's go, but yeah, we're letting go. and the situation will improve. So it's on its way. Let me see. Can we get one more up out of here? I was hoping we'd get some timing out of this deck, but it hadn't. They're not giving me timing. No came out, but it came out. It flipped out in reverse, but it's yeah. Hold on, trying to get this together over here. Communicate clearly. Can we get some time in spirit, please? Ask for help from others. That's the crowdfunding thing that we was talking about. Remain positive. No need to worry. But where is the timing? It's not gonna give me timing, so I know I shouldn't complain. You said because it's here now, we just don't see it with our 3D senses. Maybe that's why it's not giving timing. Yeah, it is interlinked. You're right, and I shouldn't even be getting, you know, frustrated about that because it'll come when it comes, and or they'll give me the timing when they choose to give it to me. But we're truthfully, the vision had to become clear for you can even worry about the when of it. You have to figure out the what of it. And honestly, the vision that I outlined to y'all the other day, that was genuinely about a 2-year process of morphing down from some other ideas. They were ideas for major commerce and this and that, but there was a lot of like governmental regulation involved in it when it first started, and it was more along the lines of personal empire building from what I saw. And then of course we could do something with the money after we made it, but it was very much not a one man or woman show, but kind of like a family environment, starting a business and then growing it massively and then doing something with the funds, not the idea of the funds and the helping each other from the get go. So that idea literally kind of morphed and pared down, 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 down until it hit where it got to a digital platform, more or less doing online businesses and stuff. And then it began to ramp back up into this idea of, well, rather than starting businesses just for ourselves, what about, like I said, from the get go, bringing other people into it. So yeah, it's been a process. Yeah, but now that we're real clear on what needs to be done, and I don't think there's a whole lot more morphing to do because, like I said, I had not even been sharing that idea with other people, but I brought it to the group and they were like, yes, that sounds absolutely amazing. That is the thing that we need to be doing. Now it's a matter of it'll come when it comes. We got here Pluto, the great revealer, total transformation, heeding the call, renewal, surrender, awakening, rebirth, clean slate, fundamental changes, clearing, purging. And this represents the judgment card. Also, albatross, a good omen. This is now it's weird because they do, I mean, it has like the albatross meanings here, but at the beginning, the very first thing it says is a good omen, not a bad one. So I'm gonna take that and leave the other albatross. Ooh, wine was here with developing over time. Family legacy, the good stuff, finesse, alchemy, transform, ripens, and age as well. And like I said, if we build this thing right, our grandchildren's grandchildren, our grandchildren's great great grandchildren will still be benefiting from it. Ladybug is here, a vibrant, abundant life, happy. This is like wishes coming true. Twin flames popped out for anybody that's looking for that, but I didn't. That's not where we at today, so I didn't take it. It was in the split. Oh, is this a timing card? Ooh, this is a timing card, but this is fast. I don't. Maybe somebody gonna get ready to hit that money for sure. I don't know, or it could be anytime up to next year because it does say within 7 to 14 days or during the summer. So if not within the next 7 to 14 days, by next summer from July 22nd to August 21st. True North, discovery and life path is here, seeking truth and direction. Talks about foreign affairs here, though, with Island. This is independent, refuge, and protected. So, there, well, it is a global project, so I guess that might be why Island is being brought into the picture. It won't. I mean, it may start out in one country, but it's not gonna stay in one country. We know that. Waterfall, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Overflowing abundance, chasing after something, emotional release, fulfillment, tears of joy. You say you want to own an island? That might not be a bad idea for the retreats and the spa and all the rest of that to actually put it on a separate island because for real, you can market it globally at that point. It stands alone. Clouds are here though. Mm. Well, it talks about the being unclear, a little bit of confusion because we are asking for some clarity here, but that came with child, which is beginnings and a new, like a new perspective, a new creative endeavor, that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's why I say this is when I say a resort, I'm not talking. I'm talking about more along the lines of an of a retreat. Like you said, people that are looking for what you have to offer. It's not just put it up on kayak or whatever and it's open to the general public. No, it would have to be for a specific purpose. Like I said, this is a healing retreat that are for people that are about what you about. Yeah. Oh, we got loons here, deeply committed, uncommon bonds, family, manifest your deepest desires, all in for what you love, reawaken lost hopes. And that came here with church, which is about principle, family values, structures, belief systems, and traditions. Yeah, that's probably is why you wanted to own one. Because, like you say, when you actually own it, then you can kind of sort of do what you want to do to a degree. Because, again, I don't want to have to be open to the general public. No. Now, obviously, when I was talking about putting spas and stuff, if I did it in a country, there would probably be a spa element to it that would be open to the general public. But the retreat aspect of it will be marketed the way we want to market it. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to be on Airbnb and kayak and all of that. No, it'll have to, you got to really, really be looking for this or have received that invitation to come and join this. The magician is here. This is messenger of the gods with Mercury. We will talk about the bear being here. That is boss, CEO, energy, coach, finance, benefits, wealth, affluence. Oh, ooh, cross is here with destiny and spirituality, divine guidance, and it talks about snowflake being perfect, delicate, and exquisitely detailed. So, yeah, beautiful. I'm gonna go into this other deck just cause. Ooh, fine print was here at the bottom, closer and talking about looking at the details. I love spirit too, right? This deck has so many cards in it and it'd be all over the place with the way they jump out of it. So sometimes I used to hesitate using it, but the more I use it, the more I find that it's finally getting kind of it's I can rely on the responses coming out of it more. Before the deck was so big, I think that I was just having a hard time wrapping my hand around it, and just chunks of cards would be flying out of it. But the more I actually continue to shuffle and work with it, I'm getting more reliable answers out of it now. What is this? It's just cutting cords. Something's not working. We've been there. Conviction. Just this is gavel with decisions being made, being judged, and the ostrich trap, avoidance, and closed mindedness. Honestly, I don't. Yeah, maybe that's our sign. We might not need to use this particular deck. I don't. That because I use that other one more than this one, but let's see. Yeah, the way these cards are behaving, I think they're telling me that this deck is not trying to talk to us today. I'm gonna give it one more shot. Like I said, I use that deck like 4 or 5 times more often than I use this one. New beginnings are here with baby, which we saw. We saw some kind of a child or baby earlier too. Fresh start, new beginnings, continuing the legacy. Well, map is here. Exploration, find your way. Unknown destination, new territory with it's time. It's time for action. Things are fast tracked to unfold quickly and smoothly. Okay, that's better, Spirit, because I was beginning to wonder if this deck was acting up. It didn't feel right. And when a deck gets sticky and don't feel right, if I can't shuffle it long enough for it to feel right, I'll go on and put it down because, you know, when I say sticky, I don't even handle food when I'm handling these decks, but you know what I mean. People, if you work with tarot cards, you'll know what I'm talking about. Pioneer here, boldness, destination or bust, the cutting edge, the long journey, unflappable courage. Got your 6. I love it, love it. Hey, Cece, welcome, welcome, darling. Said Mother Mary made you think about bringing something super special in the world that will change everything. Absolutely, absolutely. That's what she's about. She is about all of that. Constellation is here, network, support, associates gathered, meetings, socialized, organization, arrangement, a collection. Yeah, this is why I needed to pull this deck in connection with a large amount or quantity. That big time soul family. Pioneer and constellation. All right, all right. What else, Spirit? What else? Roadblock, it says not right now, but we have been there, but it is temporary. It does talk about a block challenge, but it's time to regroup, which we've been doing to come out of that stuck energy. We're going to pull some cards to figure out how to get out of stuck. Changing. At this time, the situation is in a state of flux and anything can happen. Autumn is here with full moon, the queen, within 6 to 9 months. So yeah, it is stuck for now, but it's not gonna stay that way. It is time, but because it's like I said, this is such a big train that's pulling out of the station that it is taking some time for us to really get that momentum rolling. But once it does, and 6 to 9 months is reasonable because, like I said, we're just coming together as a soul family, and we're still trying to get the money and all together. Oh, Antoine, I ain't even realize you was in here. Welcome, welcome. I ain't see that part. I saw Jesus and Cece. Welcome. I missed Antoine somehow. My bad. I'm so sorry. Person of fire is here. The trendsetter, confident, visionary, catalyst. Yeah, I think that's enough of these. That's the message over there. Now let's see. Ooh, breakthroughs is at the bottom. It is having a mystical and satori experiences, allowing your magic to create in life. Your true self begins to emerge. Spiritual elder is here, destined to become a spiritual elder, easily discern the truth, unconditional love. What's at the top? New territory. Meant to try new things in life, enabling success through learning. And breaking contract. Contract stop serving your growth, freeing yourself from a soul contract, altering your divine blueprint. And that's what a lot of us are doing. I honestly think part of the holdup has been for us to shed those old skins. What that Yeshua say, you can't pour new wine in old wine skins. A lot of us are coming through this cycle of transformation, death, rebirth. That for me, like I said, it's been almost a year long cycle at this point, and I know a lot of folks are going through that. And I think we have to kind of complete that part in order to allow the finances to start rolling in and to find each other as soul family and kind of get comfortable with intention and figure out who really is in our table and sitting at our table and who is going to kind of vibrate away. Because when you're in a public space, we're on YouTube, everybody that comes into this channel is not going to be part of the soul family that's going to be moving forward with this particular project. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with them, but it's everybody won't be called to do that. That's just, we have to know that. But it takes some time to figure out who really is in this project and who isn't. And I think that's one of the reasons it's taking a bit of time as well. Oh, okay. No, I didn't see him just yet. He might pop in at some point, though. We'll see. Spiritual team is here. Your spiritual teachers will find you. Answers will appear by chance. Help coming with perfect timing. And warrior spirit, relentless commitment to challenges, approaches life as a personal battle, here to master your forceful nature. And mastery is here, mastering what you're being called to, conquering your life mission, discovering your true self. Ooh, this split on lessons, seeing the big picture, learning important lessons in life, overcoming difficult lessons. Yeah, we had to get through our personal lessons before we can be called into divine service like that. And clearing our ancestral agreements. This was huge. Ancestors, clearing past ancestral agreements, pain, trauma, limiting beliefs, imprints, healing ancestral lines and future. So we're wrapping it up. Like I said, it's not even that we got all that much to do. A lot of folks are going through, they're becoming more spiritually aware. Spirituality was right here under that. But Lucky Star is also here. So it's coming out of the hermit mode. We done had the towers fall. We did the hermit mode period and some point of spiritual leveling up. We getting all of that together. Then we get to a point of level up, then you got to go back through and do another couple rounds of Dark Night of the Soul to kind of refine and rinse. It's literally a case, doing the spiritual work is a case of rinse and repeat, but it's like rinsing and repeating until it clears itself enough that you're beginning to see the past a little bit differently. And then all of that choppiness kind of smooths away. Then you learn to bless the mess. And then you get to the point where you really get to really bless the mess because you see what it was equipping you for and moving you towards a very specific niche or purpose or point of spiritual purpose, for real. You say you think you finished wrapping it up on the blood moon and the ninth? I think so too. I mean, there may be some little residual whatever's just got to fall away. Um, but at this point, I really, really do feel like, because it is about a mental shift, the idea of the healing cycles and all the rest of that, that's going to continue. And I think when people, and I get what you were saying in that aspect, when people talk about their healing, that's going to continue forever. Because we're going to constantly, whenever spirit brings us back to something in the past in meditation, we're going to see it, but we're going to constantly be seeing it from an ever more elevated stance. So it's not even painful anymore. That's why I've been saying on the channel for a while, my dark nights of the soul ain't even that all that dark no more. It's just another point, another, it's like literally like turning a multifaceted crystal, and going back through is just like looking at it from another viewpoint, from another angle, from another angle. What did I learn from this angle? Looking at it from over here. And you look at it and go on and get that lesson. Okay, spirit, I got you. Cool. And move on. It's not even a dark situation. It's not painful. It's just more learning and leveling up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not going to prevent the blocks. When you get to a point where you realize, okay, enough of that. I've gotten rid of the toxic load that was preventing me from the money, and I've healed my attitude and energy around the money. I know I'm worthy of it. It's just a tool. That's all it is. Then I can allow my vibration to rise. Now I'm just waiting for the opportunity, whatever spirit done lined up to come in. I don't have to continue to heal to receive this money. I'm at a point where Spirit has deemed me ready to become an effective steward for whatever it is that they want to hand me. And I really feel like we're at that point. Oh, okay. You saying when you thought that the money would come when you heal, and the two don't have to be connected. Yeah, you can still heal while you rich, because again, it's not a none of us are perfect. So, and we're our own worst critics. So we will continue to imagine the need for a whole bunch of healing, probably long after we've already done the majority of the quote unquote healing. But like you said, getting the toxic load off of us was the main thing, and healing from that. Because some of us really genuinely were traumatized, really genuinely been victimized, and that's the stuff you need to heal from. But after that, going back and looking at it when you're no longer bitter and it's no longer knocking you to your knees, after that, it's just about coming to understand your blessedness and worthiness. It makes sense. Yeah, we don't have to heal. We're perfect, but people will continue to heal because it's who we are. Yeah, exactly. And we are perfect. Even when in our broken state, we were still perfect because we put a lot of judgment on the idea of healing that doesn't need to be there. And I completely understand what you're saying in that regard. There's no need for judgment. We all got battle scars from dealing with the we war not against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities. But the powers and principalities influence the flesh and blood to do some really hateful stuff to us sometimes. And that does leave scars that we have to adjust ourselves around so that we stop being so hurt over it and understand that they was just doing the best they could from where they at. Hurt people hurt people. They're truly damaged souls. I don't need to be mad. I truthfully need to kind of sort of feel sorry for them because I done woken and ascended. That pain that they caused me through to push me to some spiritual growth, and I figured it out, and I've awakened, and I'm ascending, and they're still stuck back there on stupid. Kind of sort of feel sorry for them, spirit. When you can shift it that way, then you're healing. You're healed, really. Um, let's see. I want to pull some tarot on our journey because why the heck not? You know? Why the heck not? Let me get some of these out. I got cards everywhere on this table now. This was beautiful. Ooh, falling came out of the Journey of Love deck, but we don't really need that. And I'm gonna say this while I'm clearing this table. I gotta go back through and listen to some of the stuff that was in the group the other day. But one of the things that Mert brought about, I can't help it. I'm gonna have to go research it again, but it just really triggered me, so I'm gonna speak on it while I'm at it. That Schrodinger's cat experiment that people talk about, now I for completely agree with what they figured out in the double slit experiment. I don't have no problem with that. But Schrodinger's cat, that was some mean, torturous nonsense by a group of very disconnected people. That experiment proved absolutely nothing, but it was a way to do some very weird crossing of the eyes to blur the lines of reality in such a way to try to make a philosophical point that was pointless to make. They just killed a cat for no reason. Schrodinger's cat, it was some kind of a philosophical, they put a cat in a room that was completely sealed with poison. So they had to formulate all of these ideas around could basically philosophically they finally came to the conclusion that the cat could be dead and alive at the same time. Because they couldn't see it and know it, it is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But people still sit up and talk about that. Like I say, I go back and look at what came out of the experiment and closer, but I'm like, and it's honestly, and I get it because Mert is young. He's like 25. So he's kind of throwing everything at the wall and see what sticks, that stage of spiritual development. But I just really didn't want nobody to be confused by that because that really was not the intent for me creating that group or this channel. I'm past this throwing everything at the wall stage to see what sticks. Yeshua has called me on a very specific spiritual path because of the spiritual background that I had and how that can translate into this new era of information that we're being called to look at now. So I will respond to it briefly, but yeah, those kinds of, like I said, that wild card stuff isn't really what I'm focused on at this point anymore. Now, the double slit experiment was beneficial because it does show us that we are such powerful transmitting and receiving mechanisms that our energy does manipulate physical things on this planet. Our intention can change whether a particle behaves as a wave or a wave behaves as a particle. So I get that part. But yeah, that other one, I was like, no, I don't do Schrodinger. I can't. Mm-mm. Exactly. That's like them idiots that sent the dog up into the space thing early in the days of the space exploration. When the Russians sent that dog up into space, it didn't take a literal, like I said, they are literal rocket scientists, but it didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that that dog was going to starve to death up in space. Like, y'all didn't couldn't see that one coming? Like, really? Exactly. We done had enough pain. It ain't that we're trying to avoid it. We just understand that the world generates enough of that on its own without us lending to it. There's no need for us to continue to play around in those kinds of paradigms. So, yeah. I didn't go down that all the quantum thing. Yeah, you say you research all avenues of manifesting. I didn't even research all avenues of quantum physics. I was sitting in meditation one day, and for a brief, brilliant moment, I understood entanglement. And then a few days later, Joe Dispenza came across my path. And him and Greg Braden. That's as far down the rabbit hole as I basically went in quantum physics because I was just never interested in any of that before now. I understand it better now, but ooh, you deserve good things. Keep your focus on what you want. Like you said, we ain't looking at what we don't want. We are looking at what we want here. Let me see if I can put my charger on this. Hold on. I'm on a different tripod today. The angle is a little different. I'm just hoping I can put my mag charger on this phone while it's still in the stand. Let me see. Because I done officially hit the low battery portion of the show. Wait a minute. Let me see if I can pull this up a little. And then what the what? Oh, you know what? I might need to hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. Bear with me. Let me turn this off while I figure it out so you ain't looking at my thumb. Trying to figure out if this will. Oh, I thought I had taken that off. Okay. My bad. I don't know why it wasn't wanting to lock in while I had it over here. This stand is a little clunkier. I'm not sure what that's gonna. I guess it's not so bad. So much different than it was, but okay. So you feel called a little while ago to go more into spirituality and found me? Yeah. And honestly, oh, I ain't mean to do that, y'all. I'm so sorry. You said you didn't think about it, but you're right. You had enough pain. You don't want no more. You notice you're sensitive to negativity. That's why the trolls bother you. Yeah. Anything mean or hurtful causes you to shut down or back off. Exactly. I feel you. And that's one of the things. And again, I do appreciate y'all's patience and not being so quick to get rid of them because I am going to start responding to them a little differently. Occasionally, they still pluck my nerves too. Um, but like you said, some of the folks still like to flirt with disaster, but honestly, I think those are the people that like to keep themselves in that perpetual healing cycle because they sit there saying you got to embrace the dark, and you do to a degree. You do have to initially do your shadow work. I'm not saying that because if you don't ever do it, then it will just sit there looming its ugly head. But there comes a point when you've actually done that and done that and done that, and like you say, you get into where you've done it enough that you don't have to continuously focus on the negative stuff. You can get on with the business of something more positive. And it's real painfully obvious to see that those people that are so spiritually and mentally immature, that they get caught up in troll energy, those people are genuinely sad. They are truly sad people. They ain't got nothing better to do with their life than to generate negativity to strangers, no less. They're so miserable in life that they not only they don't have, instead of spending time with people that they love, which I'm assuming they don't have many people that they love around them, or they'd have something else to do with their life, they would understand that people, even people online, are people too. And just like they wouldn't want nobody harassing their loved ones, then why would they turn around and harass strangers who are other people's loved ones? So if they don't have enough people in their lives to even understand that, I genuinely feel sorry for them. But at the end of the day, like you said, it gets to a point we have to kind of get that away from us. That's like picking a scab. It'll never heal that way if we continue to embrace foolishness. Right? I haven't either. I thought when I see the racist things that people get on here and say, and I'm like, they do realize, don't they, that if, and here's the thing, this is the part that makes me angry with YouTube. The only reason that they do that is because YouTube has tolerates it. Like you say, YouTube punishes creators for taking that kind of foolishness off of their platform. Look at what happened to us. We got rid of them. We got shadow banned. The people that sit up and tolerate that nonsense, they get thousands and thousands and thousands of views. So YouTube is at fault for that as well. But it shocked me. Like I said, I'm 57 years old, and in my personal everyday walking down the street life, I have never encountered the kind of racism that I have, even in the short while that I've been doing live streaming here. To even, like I said, to actually have someone call me the hard R on this channel and want to spell it out letter by letter in long form so they can span through the. Where in the world do they do that at? You know what I'm saying? Uh, It's just ignorant. And I guarantee you, the vast majority of people that are doing that are from America. I guarantee you they're from America. Because truthfully, I'm about to say, I know on Facebook they monitor stuff. Because wasn't it on Facebook a few years ago when some girl had something racist and crazy to say about Obama when he was in office? And literally, in less than 16 hours, they had tracked her down through her IP address and she was in custody, arrested by the FBI, CIA, or whoever she was. Yeah. Yeah, it could have been from the UK, but I kind of sort of doubt it just because of the way they was carrying on, and because especially them clowns that ain't that get on. And I understand I'm a larger woman, but I also understand I'm not indecently dressed, and I'm not the largest person doing live streaming on YouTube. So when they get on here, they got nothing better to do to talk about the gap in my teeth or talk about my size and things like that. That's some childishness that's generally only tolerated mostly in the US, like for real. All is at your fingertips. What has been created by one can be had by all. Yeah, we're gonna do this thing. Oh, I know. That's why I say I don't. I get aggravated just because they're bringing that nasty energy into the group, but they don't personally offend me with that because I know I don't look like no Magilla gorilla. I know there's nothing wrong with the gap in my teeth. I know I don't look like Jabba the Hutt. Although the next time that fool come in there talking about Jabba, I want to let him know in one aspect he did get it right, because years ago when I first started opening up my chakras and doing the energy work and all of that stuff, I was sitting in a salt bath one day and I got a chance to see they were either two spiritual guides or they were two of my former beings. I don't know yet to this day. One of them, she was so, her energy was such sweetness and love, but she genuinely looked like, have you ever seen the movie Bartok the Magnificent? The little wormy thing that was in there, she looked like a bigger version of her almost, but she did have like a Jabba the Hutt kind of body, but she was like lavender with yellowish hair, but she radiated so much love. It made me want to cry. And then the other one was this big, beautiful, tall. She looked like a Maasai warrior, but she had to be damn near 9 feet tall, bald, like ebony black woman. And they were literally standing over me in the bathtub. And I obviously not literally standing over me, but I was kind of in that meditative state, and my eyes kind of like part opened a little bit, and I saw them kind of in a haze. So it was in my mind's eye that I saw them. Jabba the Hutt is a character from Star Wars. That's why I say that person genuinely don't have a life. That's a character from a 40-something-year-old movie. And he was really, really big. I mean, like took up the whole room level big. And I can't remember. I don't think he was. I don't remember if he was wise or if he was a good guy or bad guy. Because I ain't never see the whole Star Wars franchise. I wasn't that into it like that. But yeah, that's what that clown is talking about when he comes into the live stream. But I'm like, you got so little of a life, you can't find nothing to continuously, repeatedly, because it's like the third or fourth time he's come in there and said that you've you've been so checked out of life, you gotta reach 40 years back in your repertoire to find an insult. How pathetic are you? Yeah, like I said, I've never seen all of it either. I saw part of oh my goodness, I can't remember. It wasn't even Empire Strikes Back. It was one later on with I, again, I'm not enough into the Star Wars character, into the series or the franchise to really know anything about the characters and stuff. Exactly, they don't like themselves, and yeah, I don't get it. Again, they aggravate me, but in a way, I kind of sort of feel sorry for them because they are truly, truly pathetic. They genuinely are. Stay strong, be a guiding light, ground yourself, and be loved. That's what we're trying to do here with this group scenario. We're still pulling on the group effort that we're talking about. And trust in your new path. All will work out for you. Now, let's see about these healing waters over here. Ooh, the light in you can lead the way. Was that the split? Your soul will find those you are meant to experience life with. Be the best version of yourself and start today. And oh, that's the other thing for the delay. I think there's some of us that are having to address some health issues. There's some physical, like I said, and a lot of it is through these energy portals that have been happening this year. There are downloads and upgrades that we're getting that are pertinent to our physical avatars and our mental state and all of that stuff. We're being suited and booted for this next journey ahead. I think that's been part of the delay as well as to why the funds haven't come. It was about drawing the soul family together, finding the people that are going to be the ones that start this thing off, because it's more than any one person can do. Like I said, I've been sitting on this vision for over a year now, but it's not something that I could do by myself. So I have to call in soul family, and that soul family is having to be physically prepared for this path ahead. We're going to be flying around the world, some of us. We're going to be out there in the streets working with the homeless. We're going to be out there, with youth, whatever. There's all kinds of people going to be doing things that are going to require us to be mentally, spiritually, and physically upgraded in ways to allow those things to happen. And I honestly think that is a part of the reason for the delay as well. There are some of us that are literally calling in miraculous, what they would call miraculous angelic healing, and I believe we will receive it. But those things had to be lined up as well. Like you said, the A team is undergoing some upgrades. Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. I set the intention that real soul family would come here, and of course, some trolls and all will come along with. But I know that they were coming. But the more we reach Like, for example, Sister Cece got some health issues. I've got some health issues. There's certain ones of us that have some things that we're calling in healing for. And it is happening, but sometimes our guides take us through a more holistic route of healing, because that instant overnight thing, trying to get these physical systems to instantly shift, that's stressful on a body too. So sometimes it's a gradual healing that comes into being, but it's all happening. It's all happening. But that's why I say, I just, that thought came to me as I was looking at this. I believe that that too has been part of what we would consider a delay. It's not truly a delay. It's just all of the all of the moving parts had to be lined up and brought into place. Yeah. I have no doubt in my mind, though, that some of us are going to definitely go the distance on these things. Because again, family ain't about the gene pool that you're swimming in. Family is what you make it. And in our spiritual journey, a lot of us have lost quite a lot of biological family, but they were jettisoned away. But spiritual family is coming in. Be like your spirit guide, and there is so much more to you than you think. And some of us had to figure that part out too. I think, well, I don't know. I'm gonna just say it for me anyway. I don't know about other people, but I know I can't be the only one in that healing journey, the spiritual journey. Two large components are there that we don't consider as much: the worthiness piece, the deservingness and worthiness, and forgiveness of self. We spend so much time worrying about learning unconditional love, and we done forgave everybody and his mama and the cat and the dude down the road and everything else. And we forget about doing that work to forgive ourselves. We still sit there with the, oh my goodness, I can't believe I did that, and I wish I hadn't, and I would have, could have, should have. And maybe so, maybe some things we probably could have sort of did differently. But if we had done things differently, would we be where we at now? And that was the part that helped me get over that. What would I do differently if I had chose better men? I probably have more money in the bank, but I won't have the children that I have, or they'd be completely different. If I had chosen differently, I could have did the happily ever after with a dude that would have kept me blinded and basically spiritually blind, stuck up in somebody's church somewhere. If I had gotten the money way back then when I wasn't spiritually focused at all, I could have drawn a whole lot of vampires to me that either would have took the money from me, or worse, could have taken my life in order to get what I had, because I was free, too open and free with the wrong kinds of people that quite literally could have taken my life for money, because they're them kind of people, that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of stuff that took into getting us to this point. Like I said, there's so much more to us than we think, and it was so much more involved in our path than we think. A lot of us don't understand how useful those painful lives that we went through genuinely were. They were molding us for a purpose. Creative genius, all of those things. We we grow from our pain points. So those rough childhoods and those horrible experiences, and every time something bad happened, it literally dropped you to your knees and made you ask for something different. It refines you by fire, and that does take time. And again, at the end of the day, we have to learn to forgive ourselves for a lot of that stuff, because truthfully, how much of it was just your stupid choices, or was it a trajectory that spirit allowed you to go on to refine you by fire? Because they knew you had the chops to do it. Like they say, spirit will not allow you to be tested beyond what you can bear. And the fact that you still here on this live stream is proof that you were not tested beyond what you can bear, because we still here. It hurt, man. Some of that stuff hurt like hell, but at the end of the day, it was low key preparing us for walking on this next part. We needed to learn to be able to tolerate that stuff and grow thicker skins and have compassion for folks that are acting like monsters and all of those kinds of things, because we're being called into service in a dramatically different way than a large part of humanity is. So being that black sheep, light worker, star child, all of that gig come with battle scars. It just do. You said the only family you have is your dad and kids. You don't even have friends. Same, same. And like I said, both my parents have transitioned, so I don't even have them. I got my friend Pat, and again, we kind of on the two ships that hang. I know he loved me. He'd do anything that he can for me, but we're both kind of neuro in that thing. We get together and have conversations in passing or like 15 minutes here, 20 minutes there, but we're not like in each other's face, ace, boom, cool, because that's just not who we are. But I have him and my children and my boyfriend. And that's it. That's really it. My mentor I talk to maybe 2 or 3 times a year. And I got another friend up in Virginia that'll text me every now and then just to make sure I'm doing okay. And he may call and we'll talk for 10 or 15 minutes a few times a year. And other than that, yeah, I'm alone now and I'm fine. Ooh, natural healing power. That's what I'm talking about. We had to get to that point. And some of us that are being called to be healers, like I said, we have to heal so that we can flow and facilitate and hold space for those who also need help with facilitating their healing. Because healers don't genuinely heal anything. I hope people know that. You don't heal nothing but yourself. You're the only thing you can heal as a healer. You hold space for that person and help them recognize their ability to heal, and then you can channel and flow healing energy towards them, and they can process it and heal. But even in so-called hands-on healers, again, they're flowing it. But if that person doesn't believe and is blocked, you can flow energy all day at somebody. If they can't receive it, you can't heal them. Yeah, we need to heal to teach people how to heal, to be able to facilitate and flow that healing energy to them without it taking a hit on us. Because when I first started down this path, like I said, around 2011, 12-ish or so, when my chakras started coming on board and I was having all them rough Kundalini awakenings and my energy was bound up in my sacral chakra and all that stuff, and I couldn't get it past my heart chakra. I, at that point, had a desire when I started feeling the energy off my hands and people could feel the energy off my aura and stuff. I had a desire to be a healer and I attempted to do some hands on healing with people. And I could do things like take away headaches and little things like that. But anytime I tried to do that, it would zonk me so bad that I'd fall asleep. I'd be sleeping for like 2 or 3 hours afterwards. It would drain me that badly because I wasn't balancing my energy and I didn't understand real healing. I was trying to heal them outside of themselves like it was something that I was doing instead of something that I was helping facilitate within them. So it was genuinely sucking all of my energy out trying to push healing into somebody that wasn't genuinely receiving it in the proper context. So yeah, I definitely needed to heal so I could teach people how to heal for sure, for sure, for sure. And of course, life was life and it happened. So I didn't learn that right away. I didn't figure that part out till years later. I just got off of the idea of healing anybody. It really wasn't until I got my Reiki attunements that I started even considering that I might be able to work as a healer again. Hey, Cece, welcome back in. Welcome in, my dear. Welcome in. We are pulling some energy. I'm getting ready to pull some tarot on what we got coming in. Oh, you know what? First, I'm gonna do these ancients, these symbols though to see what we need to look at as well, and then we're gonna pull the cards for our group project, what we're manifesting as as a soul family here, and then we can pull cards for you if necessary. You say you realize that, or to teach people they are whole and worthy and deserving while they're healing. Yeah, that's a huge message because there's so many people that feel like, and I get it, we've had all of these people put before us in that kind of guru status stuff. So we start thinking that we can only help people or teach people when we're all shiny and glossy and put out there as gurus before the world. But I got news for you. It's a whole lot of them people that proclaim themselves to be gurus that really ain't, or are still in need of healing themselves, Oh, look at here. First card popped out is affluence. Very first one. And I ain't even take it. Shadow came behind it, but the one that was genuinely on top was affluence. So that's what I'm taking. Ooh. Ooh, I will take all of these though. Soulmate came out. Now they show the hearts intertwining, but please understand soulmates. We're talking about this group project that we're doing. We are soulmates. It don't have to be about romantic unions. These are soulmates are people who have contracted before they ever incarnated on earth to meet by divine appointment at a divine time for the purpose of accomplishing something together. Soulmates. Relief is here. We want seeking relief for ourselves and for humanity. And transformation. We want to effect transformation within ourselves and those that we're here to assist. You said you got another day of this wonderful weather. Lightning and thunderstorms again. I love storms. I don't know. I love thunderstorms. I really do. I mean, if you got to go out in it, they're not so much fun. But if you can sit by the window and enjoy that look at here. Our guides are here. Guides. I'm sorry to keep knocking you out, Cece, but like I say, open the window and get that good negative ion bath while you do that. Trust is here. We can't see it all just yet, but trust and know that it is on the way. And because this is on that 7 energy where we launched all of that, I'm going to pull 7 base cards. We're going to clarify 7 by 7 instead of 6 today. Grounded. Actually, I think this is it. Gratitude is at the bottom of the deck. I'm going to try to shuffle again because I'm not sure which one of those it is. What do the wavy lines mean? Let me look it up. I got the guidebook. I guess it's just a symbol of water, but I'm going to see what the author had to say about it because I do have the book. If I can remember what I did with it. Here it go. Your spirit guides and ancestors are calling to you now. They surround you with their love and protection. They also offer you their wisdom. Allow these helping spirits into your world today. You are not alone. Meditate on this when you need assistance from your spiritual team. The symbol paint blue is often seen on porches, doors, and ceilings. This practice was thought by the Gullah people to ward off and keep ghosts away from the home. The color was to mimic the appearance of the sky while tricking the ghost into passing through, or to mimic the appearance of water, which ghosts traditionally could not cross. So it's basically spiritual safe passage is what that represents, but it is for your guides. Yeah. You said you do too. Absolutely love the energy from it, but it better let you stay on. Oh, there wasn't a copyright on the recent live, so I did make them public this morning. So anytime you get bumped off and you can't see what's going on over there, like I said, look the next day or so, and I'll publish them, make them live for us. As soon as you joined the live, I was holding up the wavy lines. Hey, confirmation, confirmation. That spiritual team and family. Well, I'm gonna bring you up to speed right now so you don't have to wade through all of this to watch because we're pulling cards on that group project that we're seeing that we were talking about the other day in the live stream. We touched on it again. You might want to go back and watch some of this because we had a couple of good personal readings, but then Brittany asked for me to pull on what we're going with the group, and we got this, the good things are coming, it's on the way, all of that. But then with these cards, affluence came out, soulmate. So our soul tribe is coming together. Relief is here. Transformation is here. And then, of course, our guides here with this paint blue in the water and trust. And now I'm getting ready to pull some tarot and some psychic tarot on it and see where we Well, we just getting confirmations because it feel good. Because spirit and yeah, been showing out. And I think I'm gonna pull a Yeshua card. Ooh, Ace of Wands is in the split, but I'm gonna see what actually comes out of this deck. And how you doing today, brother? Welcome, welcome. The Hermit is here, spiritual enlightenment, and that's where most of us been for the past few years. And that's the reason this stuff is coming in, because we've been put into spiritual work and we're asking for it now. Two of Wands, it's on the way. Our soul family, well, that goes with this soulmate energy. Two of Wands. It's in motion. It's in motion. Or those are truthfully ideas that are in motion, but yeah, and the Six of Wands is victory. It is here with this release. It's coming. Big time. What's with the transformation? Ace of Swords, that's the truth. That is the truth. What's with the guides and the Wheel of Fortune is here with the guides and the ancestors. So we are closing these karmic cycles and heading into these dharmic cycles. Yeah. And what's with trust? We walked away. Oh, Eight of Cups, Six of Cups. Wait a minute. Ooh. I want to see what else comes with this Eight of Cups. We walked away, so I guess we should trust in that. But let me see what is with what. Oh, okay. Yeah, Chariot and the Moon is here. Okay. So we done walked away. We don't quite see what's happening. We got a lot of willpower and determination towards it, but it is still as yet unseen. And we talked about the reasons why that is. There's some, let's say, some physical healing, some emotional stuff. We done did the emotional healing and all of that. I think there's upgrades that are coming and forgiveness need to come. A shift in perspective for a few people, but genuinely at this point, I think we're just waiting for the benefactors or wherever the financial windfall is coming for us to get going on the project. Because like I said, the healing part, we done did that. Lots of it. We're still doing it, but we, like I said, we're healed enough to receive. We got the toxic people away from us, and that was the main thing. They just could not partake in the financial blessings that are about to come. So as long as we had those people around us, it would never come. But we've gotten rid of those people. Almost all of us here are pretty much walking alone now, except for the spirit family that we're associating with now through the blessing of technology. But them actual energy vampires that was in our lives, they're gone now. So now the affluence and the financial blessing can come. Ooh, the universe card is here. This is like the world. I love this card too. That's coming with the hermit and the affluence. And we got high priestess energy here with this soulmate and Two of Wands scenario. With the Six of Wands and this relief. Yeah, we had obstacles and challenges, but it does say that we're moving out of that. But obstacles and challenges, it shows if we didn't have obstacles and challenges, you wouldn't have no need of relief. What's with the transformation and the Ace of Swords? Balance. Yep. Temperance. Gotcha. Or actually, wait a minute. I'm trying to remember. No, that's justice, not temperance. My bad. Kind of, sort of the same difference from a spiritual aspect, though, because this is literally like spiritual court that we had has been held between our ancestors, angels, and guides. We just asking to see how they reach the verdict, and they showing us big time. Yeah, emotional withdrawal was here. Now, interesting. This is like Eight of Cups energy again. So, Spirit is basically saying it was genuinely that walking away and separating this, allowing this stuff in, because our guides are here with this Wheel of Fortune, and then the Eight of Cups was there, and then the actual the eight, but emotions our cups in the tarot. And then with this trust, it came the Eight of Cups, the Chariot, and the Moon. So it's literally right side by side. And 8 is a manifestational number too. So I really kind of like that. What do we have over here? Love begins. This is an Ace of Cups. And again, not necessarily romantic, but look at this pouring out. We've been talking about how we've been pouring into the wrong folks. But when we come together with healed hearts, minds, and spirit pours out to us, it allows us to pour out to humanity instead of pouring out to the wrong individuals. What's with the Chariot and the Moon? Triumph. I love it. Let's see. Oh, that's the Chariot again. I don't know why. 6 is the Lovers. I don't know why I be trying to always make the Chariot be 6 because it's not. Yeah, this is double Chariots. Here I asked what's with the Chariot and the Moon, and it doubled down and gave us another Chariot. This is because we willed it. We've literally healed and then called this in by manifesting it. It's our heart's desires, and by pooling our heart's desires together with intention, we're moving closer and closer to it because we, like I said, we've seen it. What's that scripture in the Bible that talk about writing it down and making it plain? And we did that. We've done that. We're continuing to do that. And by doing that, we're reaching new beginnings. It's happening. We do have choices to make, but light is here. I think is that justice or judgment? Might even be the sun. Wait a minute. I need to learn my numbers. Like I said, I know what the cards mean. That is judgment. Yeah. I'd be getting confused in some of these. And then the Lovers, harmony. Again, not necessarily romantically in this context that we're pulling. We're asking about our group intentions, but this is soul family. This is for real. We had that soul mate energy starting. There's harmony here. That's what we don't see coming, but it is coming. Moving on, the Six of Swords type energy for sure. And financial and material changes. Yeah, on the way. Partnerships and alliances on the way. Rest and rejuvenate. Spirit say just chill, cool your jets. It's on the way. We done told y'all it's on the way 50, 11 times. What you want now? What you want? Yep, let's see. Clean it up. We've been working on that as well, but actually we're working on cleaning up humanity a bit. Ooh, y'all, a double. Clean it up came here separately, and then off to the side, blessed and happy. It ain't much else I can lend to that. Yeah, that's like I said, that's a double right there. Wow. So yeah, I don't think we can get much more yeses from the universe on that one. But that is beautiful seeing those confirmations that we are like heading in the right direction. Our intentions and prayers have been heard, and looks like a resounding yes from spirit and our ancestors. There's still a little bit of a wait time. They're not really giving me no real definitive timing on it. And well, we did see by next year. So, with as many moving parts as this is, I think that's reasonable. I by next year, I don't think it's going to be necessarily held out that long, but yeah. All right. Is there anyone else that wants me to pull for them for something we got going on over here? Or are we all pretty well complete? I'm trying to see. Should you accept the job that you're offered? Let's see. Let's see. Shall we? What did I do with this deck? I'm losing it. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, it's over here. No wonder. All right. Now, honestly, Antoine, the first thing that ran through my head is even if it's not, it depends on, I mean, if it's been a minute and you're getting kind of financially, dare I say, in need, something you may have to, even if it's not the be all end all position you'll end up in. Sometimes we have to do what we got to do, and you'll only know what your situation is like. CC, did they get rid of her yesterday? I think it was yesterday or day before. You were saying that they had her coming in, so that I mean, having her training somebody that they just hired. Did they actually go ahead and get rid of her that quickly? Because remember, we did turn around. You said pull one deck. Okay, just one deck. Okay, the one I'm most likely to get a straight answer, like had the best chance of getting an absolute answer from is this deck. They got rid of her this morning. Wow. Yeah, that part. Oh, you teaching an online class in 15 minutes? Okay. Remain positive. Take action. Of course, meditation brings answers would be here. Said within the next few weeks, within the next few months. Wait a minute. Choose a new direction. Helpful people. Listen to your intuition. Yes is at the bottom of the deck, but it also had reconsider. So what I really still feel kind of like what I was thinking. I think you should take the job if you're being offered one, but do still keep your options open, or do understand that this is not likely going to be a long range solution for you. Within the next few weeks up to the next few months, you might find something better. It may be in a completely different direction. Of course, like I said, do listen to your intuition as well. But if your if your finances need a right now boost, if it's crucial to your daily living situation, take the job, even if you have to keep one eye open for something else. Get what you can out of it, but just do understand, don't get too comfortable there. Remain positive, but don't get too comfortable. I honestly think that something better is going to come along for you, and at that point you will need to reconsider, but for the immediate time, I think it's okay to accept that job, genuinely. And congratulations if you've actually been offered already. Yeah, keep us posted on how it goes. Because, like I said, a lot of us, I think, are getting these little temporary shots in the arm to kind of help us segue into something else. Like I said, I need some startup capital for something I'm doing. So I might, hopefully I'll get a little something to go. If I can hold on to it for 4, 5, 6 months to get that money rolling. Yeah, that part. All right. So now, CC, you said you trying to, I don't know, like I said, she just needs some. Will she find a job better than the one who just did her dirty? Yeah. She's going to. But let's ask Spirit. We'll ask the cards. What kind of, let's see. Perfect timing. Oh, Cece. Don't stop is here. Success is here. Look for a sign. What I'm hearing right now is sometimes rejection is God's protection, and sometimes it's a redirection. I think she's gonna wind up being very happy in the long run. Now I get it, the stress of, oh my God, I just got lost my job. What am I going to do? Rent due, bills due, whatever the case may be. I get the stress of that, but in the long run, like you said, if they was dirty enough to do her like that, she don't need to be up there with them no way. But I strongly think maybe it's something going on that job. She probably gonna wind up looking back 6 months or so from now and being very glad that they did her the great favor of getting rid of her before crap got hot. But yeah, I think she's gonna find something better. You say you have a bunch of random side jobs you do. Yeah, hey, it can't hurt for sure. It's something, like you say, it don't have to pay a lot as long as there's. My thing is, I've gotten to the point at the age and stage that I'm in, the whole having to do the interviewing thing and all that. And I sit and do the interviews, especially when they start doing the psychological test. I have no idea what them people want. I try to be honest on them, and I can't pass them. And it's not that, I guess, because maybe I play too fair. But yeah, definitely send them. Yeah, whenever. You ain't got to do it right now, honey, because we're still here in the live. Anytime over the next few days that you remember it, though, yeah, if you'll send them, then that might be helpful to some folks that need a little something for a side gig. The hardest part with finding those side gigs is trying to find ones that actually pay something. I used to follow a lot of channels on YouTube that come in and they'll tell you about this place hiring and that doing and what you can do. And by the time you find what register form and all that, you really can't get paid from them. You said Buddhahood, so do we now. Hey, I'm heading there. I did accept my Christ at beingness, but right now that ain't paying the bills just yet. It will, but not just yet. Entitlement is here. Why do you believe you deserve benefits and privileges you haven't earned or worked for? I honestly don't think that may apply to them other folks or what she's relieving, because she is entitled. She's putting in the work. She is entitled. So I don't think that that's okay. Because truthfully, we deserve to be compensated just for living, especially since in America, where they took us down that whole rabbit hole of the birth certificates and all of that. Our birth certificates are stock certificates, in case people don't know. Now, how we ever claim on that is hard to ever get compensated for that. But our Constitution are articles of incorporation, and they do use us like chattel. There are trusts that are put in our place the day we take our first breath on this planet, and they genuinely bargain off of us. They use us like bargaining chips and batteries in this country. That could be a belief that they need to release. True, that's true. A lot of them secret shoppers are trying products. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, they long as they, like I said, as long as I don't have to. If I can do online secret shopping or phone secret shopping, that's cool. I don't have a car. I could get on the bus, I suppose, and do some of them, but yeah, if there's stuff I can do from the house, I would love that. Career change came out for her. Does your career fully align with who you are physically, emotionally, and spiritually? Nope. An experiment. When you find yourself being indecisive about which direction to go, don't be afraid to experiment with multiple options to figure out what works for you. So, yeah, she's definitely, I mean, obviously, they don't gone ahead and done the daggone thing and cut her off. Yeah, elevated earnings come in hand with heightened responsibilities. She's going to find something better. Believe. When you wholeheartedly embrace the attainability of your dreams, you will find the courage to exceed the ordinary. Yeah, don't lay off, because It is hard in this day and time, but she's gonna find something better there. You said they do have phone and online. Awesome. Yeah, I can definitely do that kind of stuff all day. You said we're collateral. Yeah. So I hope that brings her some relief and comfort. Let's see if we can find some more comfort for her, because I would be mad too, especially when you show up to a job that you ain't even really give a rat's butt about anyway, but you show up and do the best you can because you believe in putting in a fair day's work for a fair day's wages, and then they turn around and do you dirty. You want to leave on your own terms when you're ready to. You don't want to be done dirty, and that's enough to tick anybody's sense of fair play off. So I definitely understand her being upset. Um, let's see what we got on Hero's Journey in here. Let me see and get her some encouraging words here, because I'm mad for her, you know. Like, look, I can't stand you bastards, but I wanted to leave when I wanted to leave, you know, that kind of thing. Energy work. Ooh, she might be being called to some kind of spiritual work, or to tap into her own gifts, to do something with her spiritual gifts. It may not be energy healing per se, but it could be. Look at here, blessing in disguise popped out of this card deck. I promise you, it's backward, but if you can read backward a little bit, it says blessing in disguise. What appears to be a problem is actually part of an answered prayer. You'll understand the reasons behind your present situation as everything resolves. Trust in heaven's protection and infinite wisdom to answer your prayer in the best way. That's what I'm talking about. There's nothing to worry about. Release and surrender is here. We shower you with blessings of radiant love. Open your arms and release the challenges that you've held tightly gripped within your hands. Open your hands, arms, and heart to our love and assistance. And then there's nothing to worry about. You are safe. And this situation is under the perfect control of divine providence and universal order. Only infuse loving thoughts and emotions into the situation to ensure that the highest possible outcome flows effortlessly to and through you. And honestly, take note of this. We are at, let me see, 6 times 4 is 24. We are at 4 hours and 12 minutes into the reading. So around 4 hours, 10 minutes, then ask, um, 4 hours, 10 minutes is when she'll want to come tune into this for her part of the reading. But hold on a second. You said they're asking her to resign instead of firing her, and she's asking if she should resign or let them fire her so she can request unemployment. Are they going to resign her with any kind of a severance package? Did they try to hem her up in some kind of wrongdoing? Are they saying that they're firing her with cause? Although, how are they going to do that if they ask her to stick around and train the replacement? I don't get that part. If they're going to fire, if they're asking her to resign with a decent severance, I would say take the severance if she can. Because truthfully, if she's under a warn letter and they ask her to resign, she might be able to get unemployment even after the severance is played out. But I wouldn't just resign, and then give up my any chance of getting unemployment, especially this close to the holidays. It's gonna be hard from here to the end of the year to get a job. Oh hell no, 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 no. The rest of the week's pay, but no severance if she puts her if she's forced to resign. Yeah, but they're not offering her any kind of a severance. They're gonna offer her the rest of the week's pay, and today is Wednesday. So that's all she's gonna get is 2 days pay if she's willing to resign now, versus being able to get potentially 6 months worth of unemployment. I think we know the answer to that. They can kick rocks with open toe shoes on and trip over a puddle of lemon juice on the way. No, I don't know what state y'all are in, or what your whether the resignation will prevent her. I really think if she voluntarily resigns, I think that puts the kibosh on her unemployment. And I think that's what they're trying to trip her up into doing. Personally, if she's not being fired for cause and she's not being fired, they're asking her to resign, but they're asking her to resign with no severance after having trained her incoming replacement. That is highly disrespectful. Yeah, you can't. That's what I thought too. If she willingly resigns, she cannot collect unemployment. So yeah, no. Oh, awesome. Yeah, baby, don't let them screw you over like that. Them some nasty so and so's. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm glad you out from under that energy, because anybody that would do you like that, they had you train somebody coming in and then give you 1 day's notice and tell you, ask you to resign, but all you gonna get is 2 days pay out of it. Again, sorry if y'all got children, cover your ears. I would tell them to kiss my ever loving ass. No, that's just horrible. That's horrible. Them some nasty individuals, and they gonna get theirs. I'm trying to tell you, at the end of the day, once you do find where you're going to in your next stop, I strongly believe that you're going to be very glad that you got out from under that hateful behind energy. That's nasty. That's some really, really horrible, nasty energy to do that. No wonder Spirit said perfect timing, success, look for a sign. And then, like I said, they got some sense of entitlement. Why in the world would they ask you to resign from a job? Because they know they're going to have to pay that unemployment insurance and they don't want to. But they're required to by law. If they want to get rid of you that bad that they're going to do you dirty, oh well, they need to pay. Sign up for it first thing Monday morning. Yeah, it's time to work on your dreams for sure. Take that unemployment, get you a LLC, and start your little online business or whatever it is that you can get while that unemployment is there. However, you can work that out, and you may not have to worry about going back. Keep looking for another job. I'm not saying don't look, but take that if you can, and work your way to some kind of a self sufficiency. Start you a business so you don't have to worry about whether or not they're gonna hire you. Hire yourself. I wish I had taken my own advice when I say when I was faced with it, but it is what it is. So I'm telling you, don't be me. Be better than me. And honestly, I sat out on the sidelines forever and a day. I may still be able to get unemployment. I need to get on that. For a while, I couldn't find some of the that Warren letter and stuff that I had, but I actually may try to do that this week too, to see if I can still apply for it, because it hasn't been 18 months. I think 18 months is the window when those quarters roll around that stop you from being able to apply. Because at first I thought, well, first I thought I was gonna start my own business and I could just jump in there, and then it was more of a situation of, well, I hurry up and get a job. So I was applying and getting like the interviews and stuff, but I didn't want to go through the hassle of doing unemployment because I just knew I was gonna get a job, and then time just rocked on. But yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get mine rolling to whatever they got coming. I want it if I can get it still. You're welcome. You're so very welcome, CC, and your daughter. And best of wishes to you, honey. I hope you, like I say, I hope you get a job that pay 3 times more, and it's something that you absolutely love and work from your heart space. If you have some kind of a spiritual gift, oh, look at here. Your path may be bumpy, but this will alter soon. Came out of here. If you have some kind of spiritual gift, do consider leaning into that work, because energy work came out of there before. So, or even if it ain't a spiritual gift per se, I don't know if you do nails, do hair, maybe you are a baker or a cook, chef, or something that is marketable out here. The holiday season is right here. If you take that unemployment, get your LLC, and get enough going to get some startup inventory for some kind of a tangible product that is marketable to you. All right, enjoy your class, Antoine. Thank you for stepping in. Have a good one. I'll talk to you later. But yeah, if you could do something like that and catch this holiday wave, girl, that not having that job might be the best thing you could think of for sure. You might make more money in the holiday season, like genuinely, if you, depending on what you come up with and how you can put it out there, you could potentially make more money in this holiday season than you made the whole rest of the year off of that job. Speak your truth with passion. And I was seeing when I said that, I was thinking, speak it into existence. Heal yourself to heal the world came out here. And you have the power to make yourself better. So yeah, you can do this. You got it. All right, folks. Is there anyone else I'm pulling cards for today? We took care of Miss Cece and Mr. Antoine, and it's 4:00 now. Is that it? We're gonna pull a going once, going twice. It has been like almost 5 hours, so I think I'm gonna end the live stream here. I do want to do some work for the channel. I got that love reading that I wanted to get up there, and then I also got to get some stuff done for the other channel. I got to finish up the book of Enoch and all that, so I'm gonna charge my phone, stretch my legs a little bit, and then get on some work for the channel. And I will see you all either on the next live stream or in WhatsApp for those of you who are locked in there. And if you're not, by all means, email me at modernmysticmessages@gmail.com. We can get you hooked up with that if you choose to join in, or if you're seeing this later in the replay and want to know how to go about doing that, email me. We can get you in the WhatsApp group if you want to connect further with this beautiful soul tribe. Until then, family, in the meantime, in between time, peace and blessings to you. I love you so very much. Namaste.